I may have done that in the past. I definitely occasionally raid my own fridge to see what's up, and then I don't find anything, and then I return 30 minutes later. Etc. As the meme goes. I know what they say. Hello. Hello, hello. I've been looking forward to doing more of this. I was actually enjoying this quite a lot yesterday. Let me actually pull up over here, so make sure I'm unmuted and not just talking to myself. I mean, I'm in a couple ways still talking to myself, but still, let's not get bogged down in the details just yet. Alright. I did do a tiny bit of research today in terms of like what I want to be using. There have been a couple things I saw people suggest, like in terms of recommended items or like common items people like to use. I know at least one of them is something I want to try. The others I need to look up where I can even get them to begin with. What are these ruins up here? I don't remember. I'm gonna check them out just to put my brain at ease. I was looking at something else and then I saw those ruins and I was like, wait, what is this again? I don't think that's the Waypoint ruins, is it? So let's go check that out real quick. But yeah, so I do have a tiny bit of an idea and a plan. Mostly though for today, the plan is going to be finishing off Limgrave, the Weeham Peninsula and all that sort of shit. We should be able to go through this somewhat quickly, and we might even be able to do Stormvale too if we're going really fast, we'll see. There's the artist check, we haven't gone there yet, I still need to do that. I do want to maybe kill a couple of the Godric soldiers by the main entrance, because I might be tempted into trying to farm their straight sword. Wait, no, we were here, I forgot about that. Yeah, like, why did I not remember? Mine bad. Yeah, so this catacomb over here that we didn't do yet is something I want to do. Actually, no, before I hop in here, let's do something else first. We're already back to being scatterbrained and jumping between different things that we want to try. Very good, starting off strong. And I can't teleport from here because we haven't finished the thing. The Beast Eye Quivers! Wow, such good information, thank you. No, what we want to do first is I want to go from here up to the north. There's a tunnel that we can open to meet Alexander again, which is not that important, to be fair, but if we go north across the river from here, there's a scarab that drops a really nice Ash of War. So I want to grab this scarab over here. The Ash of War is, I think it's called Sacred Blade or something. That's basically what it says on the tin. It fires a little sacred projectile, there it is, and will buff my weapon with anti-undead bullshit, which is very handy to have in some of these catacombs. Can't! Right. How did the Cyborg Punk go yesterday? Did it run alright? Did the DLC keep what it promises? In terms of actually being good? Taking the last aside. Neat. Look at this guy combat rolling. Ow. He knows how to do it. Had to turn off Raymond tracing. I think that's normal. I'm also not running that on anything, I don't think. There's a cave over here somewhere in this wall that I want to hop into. I think it's up here, maybe. Maybe it's further down. Fuck, I cannot remember. It's definitely not right here. Do I survive this, actually? I think this is death. Oh, barely. Nope, I landed and then died anyway. You got me again, game. Nice try. Or, nice try, I say. When you succeeded. Good one. Turn into motion to avoid trailing, since it doesn't have normal A settings. Seems to break after 1 to 2 hours, needing restarts. It's a little annoying. At least 1 to 2 hours isn't that bad. Could be worse. I was listening to someone talk about modded Minecraft, funnily enough, the other day. And they were talking about how their modded Minecraft would like start becoming inconsistent and buggy, and they'd have to restart it every like 40 to 60 minutes or something. Except the main issue being that starting the modded Minecraft pack with the way it like needs to cobble itself together and initialize and all that sort of shit would like take upwards of 5 minutes every time. So every 40 minutes or something, they'd have to restart a game that takes 5 minutes to boot. And I was just like, yeah, I would not be doing that one. That is not for me, thank you. Oh right, I'll have to ride all the way back up because my corpse will be upstairs. Fortunate. Still gets very fucking. Why are you now tagged as Raider? Your first message wasn't tagged as Raider. Twitch, can you like make up your mind at least? What the fuck? Oh well. I'll get you some. No, I want a Raider. I cannot offer one, sorry. Also been having a hankering for some, like, dessert snack of some variety, but alas. Where's this fucking tunnel? Why can't I ever remember where exactly the entrance is? My brain tells me like, oh, it's just on this cliff face. It's not that easy, or it's not that hard to find at all. You just like go here and then like check out the cliff face and you'll find the entrance. So like I didn't remember more accurately where it is. Just like, yeah, it's over here somewhere. Oh, it's probably down on this plateau, right? Like it's maybe down here or something. Maybe on this level rather than on the actual wall. It's somewhere over here. I'm not completely insane, only mostly insane. So we will surely find out. Will not bother the wolves that are hanging out. Close my browser, came back later. I mean, maybe, but it would still be a little silly. I mean, it's already a little silly that Twitch is doing the hey, this person has raided your channel or was part of a raid thing for literal hours. So, not really sure there's a way of functioning that. Should the bricks may have been question is noise typically, so I say yes? Yeah. Waiting on it is just going to let them know, I guess. Raided my local shop site earlier to see what was on offer. Not sure that's commonly referred to as raiding, but I think they'll understand anyway. Yes, yes, hi, hello, yes, 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 dialogue, yes. I will open the door for you at one point, and you will definitely fit through the door. What? Are you memeing again? Is that one of them memes that I don't quite recognize? Why am I already lost? Come on, brain. We only just started, let's not be lost just yet. I see. No, it's a Jaro. Jarman. Pretty fine man too, he's alright. You would like him, he's all like us. First thing you do when you meet him is, like, slap him up the ass to get him out of a hole that he's stuck in. I forgot to equip the fancy Asher that we just picked up, our anti-undweight shot. Let's go do that. Make an anti-undweight thing. A helpful tool for a place like this. Ass of War. I want... Actually, let's put this on the Bastard Sword. And then we put the gravity thing on the Claymore. Because the Claymore does the stabby attacks, but stabby attack type is not great against Scarly Boys. Doesn't matter that much if it's a Sacred Blade buffed weapon, it tends to shred anything undead anyway. Take a look at this damage, and they don't even try to get back up afterwards, so... Human Bones Hard, very nice. Receive a sword upbreak them. This might be a dungeon that has some illusory walls, or maybe it's just a shortcut, or not like this little sneaky path. I remember there being some sort of sneaky path shit going on in this one. I think that's actually a common trend with the Black Knife catacombs. Oh, my buffer now. We can reapply it, it is not a problem. I think the Uchigatana is this one, right? Yeah. That didn't hit you, I call bullshit. You know that hit you. Feel free to just die, Mr. Bones. Right, so this little ledge would be not reachable if you're just taking the main route and not taking the cheeky side path. Please get up so I can call you. Thank you. Bit dumb of you to heed that request, but I will not complain. Oh, no man, and it ran out again. My nose is so itchy, what the hell? It's like there's cat hair around, but there shouldn't be. How is it possible? I mean, cats will probably find a way. Bye, Boner Man. Please get up so I can kill you. I'm glad these guys don't parry as much as they do in the older games. Like, skeletons with the small shields have the very tricky ability to just decide, oh, you're attacking me, I'm going to parry, you know? So you normally have to play around that a little bit with jumping attacks and stuff. Scripture wooden shield, very nice. You're really not gonna get up, right then? Well, I'll just go for it. Oh, you're probably there to ambush me on my way back, aren't you? Because we're gonna flip the lever and then go back to the entrance where the door was to the boss room. So that's probably where you're gonna show up. Yeah. Schleich. Skeleton parries. I remember when I played that on your command when I was doing Dark Souls 1 and I got Giga copyright fucked. They were like, how dare you? And I was like, fuck. Anyway, we have a boss. So these guys are pretty tough. But this one starts with lower HP already, and their defense is pretty bad to begin with, so as long as we don't get, like, grabbed by their cheeky little I murder you now grab attack, we should be okay. I'm not great at their moveset either, to be fair. Which will be an issue in the long run when we fight more of them. The actual— oh, that's still— no, it didn't quite grab me. I was gonna be upset if that did. She hyper armored through my swing, unlucky. Do I have 20 J though? If you insist. Oh, nice. I got outflanked. I'm being unnecessarily greedy for heavy attacks off the chart variety right here, which I don't really benefit from. Wow, 2 swings and you still push through that. Never mind then, I'll just not trade much more. I mean, we probably have enough healing to trade to death anyway, but... please stop running away. Do you not do the grab? That looks like it's the setup for the grab, and then they just don't grab me and kill me. Which, I mean, I appreciate. I'd prefer not being grabbed and killed, but... it is a bit weird. So we got a talisman that's actually pretty useful. It's the... where the talisman gives us health whenever we get a critical hit on someone, and the critical hit is like a riposte or a backstab or something like that, anything that has like the fancy animation attached to it. You do actually, for a lot of areas, get a decent bit of just sustain from having that thing around. Fine man though. Very popular, but pretty good. Where else do we want to go? We didn't do this dungeon yet, we do want to do that definitely. There's also all of the stuff down here. 2 or 3 out of the combat that you didn't fuck hit grabbing you to that. Yeah, the rolling death cradle, that's a classic. Still has that. But it's pretty difficult to land, and you won't be... I mean, yeah. Don't really know where else I want to go before we go to the southern part, so I guess we'll just run into this dungeon, grab ourselves some more upgrade material, and then move us on. Touchy, 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 touchy. He does like to play grab house. Fuck you. Mate, I already slew your fancy dragon that you're praying to. You're right there. You can't really complain. Sumo, 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 sumo. No wait, that's yoga, yoga, yoga. Shrub, shrub, shrub. Isn't sumo more like push us rather than grab us? Anyway, so here's one of these mine sort of dungeons. And their entrances are always the same. They use this entrance tile every time. Sometimes there's little paths branching off of here, but you can consistently always jump down to that ledge and you'll always find a platform. Aren't there rats here? Maybe not. Maybe it's a different one I'm thinking of. So whenever we go into one of these tunnels, we'll always just send the elevator down and then jump around on the side. It's very consistent. It's much a very fat man trying to lift each other via us. Can only grab the opponent's underwear. Yeah. Not sure you're necessarily meant to be doing that. But I'll have to concede to your expertise on the matter. Do I have something that actually does elemental damage? Or the right kind of damage? Does this do stab? Let's find out. Don't think so, but it still does okay. Let's see how the sacred damage is against these guys. Could just slap these guys with a torch actually. Torch does pretty well against them, and the ones that have a backpack actually explode because they're full of explodey rocks. But it seems like the elemental damage from the Holy Blade does alright, so we will be using that for the most part. Very good. I see. Wait, I think... Is this the dead end? It's the other way, the dead end. No, this is not the dead end. Or rather, this is the dead end. We want to be going this way first. Rats! Speaking of rats, we might go and do more... Ow. Vermintide duo stuff with Willy at some point in the future. He was suggesting we do more of it, and I was like, yeah. That sounds like it will be fun. Sending ourselves to die repeatedly. Those were very fun streams. There was always some complete bullshit happening. In the dumbest and funniest ways. So we'll send this down, even though we should be riding it to get to the boss, but we jump all the way down first because there's a bit of a bonus area. The actual way to go is here, that's where the boss is, but we instead go down on the outside, see if there's any bonus loot. There's not, and then we explore the bottom floor, and then we come back up and go for the boss, which should not be that bad, but we'll see. Been wrong before. Hello, dog. There's a couple more dogs coming here, I think. Yeah. There's one dog and the guy. How did that not hit you? That was a bit cheeky. Thankfully your dog is very, very confused, so it worked out. I got scammed, you got scammed. Very cool. Even. Anything over here? Nay. Smithing stones. Anything else on here? I was mostly paying attention to the dog. Nope, does not look like it. We should be good to fight the boss with this amount of healing left. It's also the sort of boss that if things go wrong, you usually just die rather than running out of healing. Whee! Oh yeah, there's also a bit more to explore first. I forgot. Bonk. No, fuck you and your flammen weapon. We're not doing that. Nope, same for you. No flammen weapon in here. Slash. mark. So you kinda don't need to kill these guys. They mostly get upset at you if you steal their rocks, aside from the ones that are oversaying. Those are generally aggro. But if you don't take their rocks, they don't get mad at you. However, first of all, I want their rocks, but also they do occasionally drop more upgrade materials, so it is actually good to kill them if you can. Not sure why we're sending the elevator back up, but it's gonna be fine. One more bit of loot over here, and then we have the boss door. Bin Lord, Bin Lord, Bin Lord. So we have a big old troll over here. They're a little annoying sometimes. Some of their attacks have pretty big AoE, like they release these shockwaves when they slam the ground. Oh, I couldn't roll in time, my bad. Yeah, that's really the only thing that hasn't endured. We're doing pretty good damage, all things considered. Maybe the elemental damage is actually really helpful here as well, and I just never knew. Oh, I'm gonna get it. Nope, sort of. I think I don't need to heal for that. Let's be greedy. Okay, I was hoping that that hit would stagger him, because we've hit the feet a couple times, and there was a fully charged heavy attack with above 2 fully charged heavy attacks, so... Okay, let's not stand there while he's going apeshit. That has a final follow-up if we're nearby, but it seems like he didn't do it this time because we weren't close enough. Just move away. If you hit their head, actually, you can make them, like, go ow and hurt their eyes or whatever, and you get a bit of an opportunity to slap them a couple more times. Ow. That was very fast. Oh, there's the crumple. Surprised it took us that long to get one. We are using a greatsword, so it shouldn't be that bad at crumpling people. Can't pick up any of this garbage. I guess that's what the messages are about as well. Anyway, we leave. These little mining tunnels are pretty good for early ores, usually, so... Even though this one, like the thing you get from the boss isn't particularly interesting, I tend to do it anyway. Just because the couple of extra shards and shit are pretty nice. We did the jail, we got the talisman here. We didn't kill the invader that shows up here at night. I might want to put that off a little bit still. Because I don't like that guy. Fuck that guy. We also didn't kill the deathbird over here, but I don't think we will do that either. Should we do that? How night is it? It's late day. Okay, let's give it one try. If I get it first try, that would be great. If not, we might just skip this thing. Same with the Knight Cavalry. I don't really care too much about him, but we do have the Sacred Weapon now, so it should be not so bad. At least our damage should be good. Feeling so much more exhausted and finding it so much harder to talk today, I don't know why. Greetings, chicken of I hate you. Curse all your bots. Hey, at least he also hits the bots, that's nice. Yeah, the damage with Sacred Blade is just really good. All of these things that live in death, as they call them, do not enjoy being hit with Sacred Weapons. Okay, very good. Last time I fought him, I was pretty much fresh out the bin. And didn't have any Sacred Blade or anything like that, so I hit him for like 10 damage a swing. Or like 50 or 60 more realistically, but not a lot basically. But yeah, that was pretty good. We got an axe that we'll probably never use, but such is life in the zone. I think I grabbed the golden seed when we first came through here, correct? Yes, looks like it. Very good. I feel like there's an item over here in the poison area. Or by the poison area somewhere here. There's a starlight shard, I think, north of here. Hello, Doc. Yeah, I think this place specifically is pretty pointless, which always confused me a little bit. A bunch of people that are like angry and yelling, probably not very happy. Do anything valuable? It's probably just a Solian. Wah. I guess you can farm Poison Bloom here, huh? That might be a worthy thing or a reason for this place to exist. Oh yeah, this is one of the ones that teleports away if you get close, I think. However, if you're like, I swear that's what they do. I swear that's one of the ones that does teleport away. However, if you come in on horseback and you're swinging slightly early to barely reach them, you can often hit them before they actually teleport away. I think they're meant for you to either shoot them with a bow or with throwing items or something. And I'm pretty confident it is one of the ones that likes to teleport away. At least if given the opportunity. There's a Knight Cavalry over here that we didn't kill last time either, so while we're at it we may as well. Those guys are not susceptible to sacred damage, so... I don't think I've ever seen this guy before. I do not see how this goes. Fuck. Do have my flask up, so I can do that. Oh, that still reached me. I should have sprinted actually, I would have had much more control. That's pretty okay damage. I mean, it was a jump attack to the actual body, but still. Shouldn't be so bad. I find that attack easier to dodge than the halberd one, thankfully. Oh wait, that one isn't even an attack when the horse rears there at the end. I forgot. That makes sense. I can probably just get an attack on there myself then. Oh, I got destroyed. I was being greedy, trying to speed up the fight rather than playing it as slow and patiently as I need to. Yeah, going on that side of this will make him have to choose a worse attack pattern. So I can probably always punish there. I don't like the Knights Cavalry. I think they're conceptually kind of cool, but the fact that the fights are almost all the same, like they almost all play out very similarly, and that they're running around so much, just makes them really tedious. And if you get impatient and don't just like play it safe and smart, you will like take a lot of chip damage here and there and eventually run out of healing. So I do actually have to play this very slowly. I also dislike how easily they can just get their horse back if you manage to win their horse. Like, these last couple swings have all only hit the horse, which, if I do unhorse him, I can, like, hit him once for big damage, which is nice. But it's a lot of effort to get him off the horse, and then they just resummon it and go, haha, nice try, idiot. Yeah. Maybe you're meant to also fight them on horseback. I have tried that a couple times in the past and it works okay, but you have so much less control over it and they are still gonna run away from you a lot, so it's not that much better. Let's hope we can finish this guy off before he gets back on his horse. Yeah, that should be good. Almost more tedious. Yeah, I tend to also fight them on foot, so I agree. Barricade Shield and the Night Rider Flare. I don't think we'll end up using either of those, but we have them now. Anything I want to buy from you since we're here and we have money? Normal arrows. No, thank you. Oh, we have everything we need from you. Yeah, I tend to get along with the force attacking in general pretty well, I think. Couple of minor exceptions here and there, but I find horse combat pretty alright. Usually my main complaint with horse combat is less that it's very difficult, but rather that I find it a little tedious because of do not autopilot open up the level up screen. Cube, please don't do this to yourself. Anyway, I find that a lot of the time the horse combat is more on the tedious side rather than the difficult side, because you end up fighting things that can't really keep up with you, quite literally, so you're just like running circles around enemies, slowly whittling away at them. And then if you're ever a little over-aggressively, they might like stagger lock you and kill you, which feels pretty unsatisfying. Those are kind of like more my issues rather than timing the attacks of the attacks themselves. So this is the Seek 3 Wise Beast Tower. This turtle wasn't here. Actually, I was gonna talk about this, because Bango was upset by this place last time. Bit unfortunate. I'm coming at this from a poor angle, and I've already also killed one of them. But I'll share my thoughts anyway. So, Bango hates these. Bango hates a game mechanic where, like, I should explain how they work first. So, you come to this tower, it's locked. You can see that there's a barrier here. You see this plinth that is glowing. I call this a plinth, it's not a plinth probably, but anyway, here's a little statue that holds a glowing book. You look at it and it goes, oh, seek 3 wise beasts, okay. If you look around, you can see, oh, there's a ghost turtle here. Huh, turtles are wise beasts, aren't they? You slay it, it disappears, very cool. Okay, so then you now look around the perimeter to find 2 more of your 3 wise beasts. So we'll do a little donut around this place. We go, oh look, there's a little lake here. Wait, why is it like doing like splish splash even though there's nothing supposed to be here? We slice. Oh look, there was one of the turtles. And then we do another little, or we finish our little loop-loop, and then over here in the foliage there's the last one. So Bango hated this. He does have a point, but in my opinion, only in a vacuum. And I'll try to do his point of view on this justice. He basically says it's kinda shit that you are given the task to search for something without being given the search area. Like, the game doesn't go like, hey, in this radius, or highlight an area for you to search for the object in. So, in theory, you're given the task, find 3 things. They could be anywhere. You don't know how far you have to go, you don't know how close you have to be, or whatever. It's just, like, good luck, buddy. And he dislikes that as a game mechanic. And I think he has played something before that really, like, used this sort of mechanic in a terrible way. Now, I think if you describe it purely in a vacuum without context, that makes sense. I also think that will be a shit mechanic. However, this game is generally not played in a vacuum, so let's look at this situation. This is the earliest of these towers that you find. This is the starting area. If you explore in the south, you'll find this as your first variety of these. There's another one, like here-ish, which would be the second one most people find, I reckon. Anyway, so you come up here, assuming you're somewhere near the main path, and these wolves are close by enough that they will aggro you, as you have seen. So let's assume, for the sake of argument, you're somewhere by this path. You approach here, you see, oh, there's a glowing thing, you click on it. If you then, at all, do a camera sweep, you will immediately notice, oh, there's a ghost turtle here. And you probably would have noticed a ghostly, like, glowing turtle phantasm. Even if you didn't notice it before, you might be like, oh, why is there a ghost turtle here? And then you look at it, you try to interact with it, there's nothing there, you slap it, it disappears. Huh, okay, maybe that's one of my 3 beasts. Again, if you at all stand here and just have a tiny look around before moving on with your life, you will immediately see the first of them. Now, there is a bit of cheekiness to it, because it only spawns after you interact with the statue and actually start the puzzle. But I think that's mostly fair, because the thing is glowing. Now, we are here at night, so it's a little bit more noticeable. But I don't think it's that bad, personally. Next, if you are given a thing like this... Yeah, I'll finish my piece on this, because I'm not saying this to attack you or go like, oh my god, you're dumb. I don't think you're dumb. I think the circumstances are awful for you to have this puzzle, and your expectations for it, and the way it presented itself was pretty bad, but I don't think the puzzle itself is that ass. Anyway, so the point is, you will probably, in most cases, as a normal player, or like as the average player, you'll probably find one just standing right there, and then you know what you're looking for. Next step, after you maybe search for something and turn the camera around once, in my opinion, the logical step would be to do one donut around this town. Like, you will look at this building and be like, oh, I want to go in there. Let's look around this, like, tower that we're trying to get into. Like, do one circle around it fairly close by. So this is where it gets a little spicy, because these are actually hidden, right? Like, they're not just all sitting out in the open. This pond here, I would find a little suspicious, and I did find the thing inside of it pretty quickly myself, but I can't blame you if you didn't notice it. For me, it was already a suspicious location, and the, like, droplet in the middle was kind of sus, so I found it pretty quickly. And then the last one, where could the last one be? Maybe you do another loop-de-loop, and then as you're not finding it, I can see from there that you would expand further and further. Like, you just, like, probably do donuts around this place looking a little further, or is it maybe up here in this little ruin or whatever. Like, you'd probably expand your search radius in a sort of natural way. And if you're really unlucky and you didn't find either of them, then yeah, you would eventually go, I don't know where to go. I'm surely a little bit too far away at some point. I guess I'll either come back later, or I'll go back to the tower and start again from the nearest thingy. Now, at the end of the day, none of this matters, because the main way this shit works, in my opinion, is that you're expected to be playing this like most normal people, which is online on the main fucking servers. Now, the messages did disappear because I just moved slightly far enough away so that they are now unloaded from the area. When we were here a second ago, there were like 3 messages right around there telling me, hey, look over here, there's a turtle here. And then you're like, oh, wait, there's a message here? Maybe there's something here? Oh, and then you might find the thing in the bush. And same with the pond over on the other side. You're looking around, you're like, oh, where's the thing that I'm looking for? Oh, wait, there's a bunch of messages over by this pond. And then you can read the messages and you can find them that way. And you might be like, well, isn't that dumb though, Cube? Because that removes the puzzle element, right? Like, how is it oh, you need to solve the puzzle thing, and then other people just tell you the puzzle solution? Isn't that dumb? And I would argue no, not at all actually, because it's pretty much perfectly in line with all the other hidden shit in this game, partially with like quest lines, partially, or like very much so with illusory walls and all that sort of shit. Like, if you're the kind of guy that smacks every single wall searching for illusory walls, then you're a maniac. Most people don't do that. And if you do that and you find it fun, sure, go ahead and try to find the secrets yourself, obviously. But most people slap a couple that they find look very suspicious, and then they just kinda move on from there and only slap the ones that have messages next to them. And I think that's overall pretty much the right way to go about it. The games have always kind of emphasized the whole, like, hey, messages or helping each other out, and like the sort of cooperative exploring together sort of thing. And in the same way that I think it's a really good system for illusory walls, because there's enough fake messages that you can't always immediately trust them, but there are enough reliable true messages that you can actually use them as I only need to check when there are messages around, at least mostly. I think that strikes a pretty good middle ground between, hey, there's a bunch of hidden stuff that you might find yourself or might not find yourself, while also not being like super obtuse and super fucking hard to find. And at the end of the day, worst case scenario, you miss something like this, you come back later, give it another look, and hey, here you go, now you probably find either the thing itself or at least something pointing you in the right direction. So I think it actually works out pretty well as a middle ground between, hey, here's some hidden stuff for people to find, and also the ability to help each other a little bit, while still feeling like an adventure rather than someone taking you by the hand and guiding you through it. Because there's these fucking messages everywhere. You usually don't immediately see messages and think, oh, this must be a clue to something. But rather, like, in the context of, oh, I'm looking for something, now messages existing is, like, immediately more relevant and more meaningful. Did I actually grab the Starlight shot? I should probably check. I was probably rambling a bit too much. No, I didn't grab it. Let's go back and grab it. So I think in the context of playing this online, the whole thing works out pretty fucking well, in my opinion. Even if you come here and the first time there is no messages because they happened to not load, or you're on a like unfortunate server or something where nothing in your area has loaded and then you don't find anything, if you can solve it right now, if you can find it yourself right now, either spending time there will eventually load the messages, or you come back later and then most likely have some messages lying around. And them just existing, especially if you then only take them as like, oh, there's probably something in this area, rather than actually reading them and getting the solution, turns it into a pretty good middle ground overall. In addition to that, I mean, The reward is nice. Some classes probably want it more than others, of course. But it's not mandatory. It is, at the end of the day, an optional little puzzle you can do to, like, increase your character strength through exploration. And not finding all the environmental puzzles is also not, like, the worst thing in the universe. Now, again, going back to the initial point of, like, if you were to remove all the messages and remove, I don't know, like, if you don't encounter this one as the first one, but rather one where everything is super hidden, and you also get unlucky with, like, not seeing the first set of turtles that spawn and all that sort of shit. Yeah, I think cumulatively it is fair to say you're just sitting there in an open area with no indication for where to look for shit. And that's a little lame. Like, yeah, not being told search within this perimeter is a little lame. But by virtue of them being glowing turtle ghosts that kinda stand out from their environment a lot of the time, and by virtue of them usually being somewhat close to the tower, and the towers being placed on plateaus that naturally give you a little bit of a boundary, I think they're at the end of the day in a pretty good spot as far as, like, little exploration puzzles go. Like, they're not my favorite thing in the world. I do like that they're sometimes a little cheeky with them, personally. Like, some of them are in kinda mean spots, but especially for those spots, the whole, like, hey, you're playing this as a large community also pulls through, and, like, people will usually point you vaguely in the right direction anyway. So, it's, in my opinion, mostly an issue, in Bango's case at least, of, like, having bad experiences with this type of exploration puzzle of, like, oh, I don't have an indication for where to find the thing and I'm supposed to find something out in the open without any sort of clue. Like, yeah, if you're burned by this before and you're immediately allergic to I need to search for something in an open environment, yeah, that's not great. And then doing it in the co-op mod where the messages don't exist, also not particularly great. And you happen to miss the first instance of this and the first turtle of the first instance of this. Okay, yeah, very unlucky, getting into pretty unfortunate territories here. So I think at the end of the day, it's just a kind of amalgamation of, hey, this is a little shit, but it's mostly just unfortunate circumstance rather than, hey, game bad. And at the end of the day, another thing that also didn't really help, in the co-op mod, you would probably normally make the argument of, like, hey, we don't have the messages, so I have my companion here with me that will vaguely point me in the right direction. And then they will basically replace the messages that will go like, hey, the first one you can maybe find in broadly this area. But by virtue of the messages not being there by default, being told by your friend, hey, there's something broadly in this area, feels like cheating, because, hey, there's no messages, so other people probably wouldn't have this, so I don't want my friend to immediately tell me where to go, because that's not the normal experience, right? But it kinda is the normal experience, so the desire to, hey, oh, I don't have the lantern yet, whoops. The desire to go, hey, I want to do this myself, I want to solve this myself, and treating it as a puzzle does actually work against you in that instance as well. So I think it's just a little bit of unfortunate, like a couple of unfortunate circumstances coming together, and also, like, Bango not being very receptive to this type of puzzle, or maybe just having a shit day or something. But I did find that very interesting to listen to and going like, man, I don't get why he's so fucking pissed at the end of the day. Like, 90% of the problems are kinda self-made by virtue of, hey, I want to do this myself, and I am playing on the co-op mod, and I have unfortunate circumstances. But, like, I don't know. Anyway, let me read up on what you guys were saying. Finally, yeah, which is pretty cute. Took me ages to start checking messages, scaled up where I was. Like, someone could just respond. Oh, come on, fuck on. Take it as I was what is the messages, basically it's the same thing. Struggle to find events between these and playing the thing. So we see shared messages and twiddling ones goes, but I also find time to think as can be, I think. Yeah, so I agree with Turtle on that one as well. I think, yeah, in a vacuum, find the thing is a dumb puzzle. But hey, find the thing, and the thing is an invisible little turtle that stomps around in a puddle that you can deduce by there being splashes, even though nothing is there to make splashes. That's a puzzle. Like, yeah, sure, it's not Baba is you has come up with a fucking genius way of making your brain melt sort of puzzle, but it's a cute little environmental exploration puzzle. The one that's like, or I mean, I don't want to talk about them because I don't remember which ones you found yet. But you found the one that was flying, although it was also bugged out because, as always, the co-op mod ruins everything in a lot of ways. But the one that's flying, I think, is also a cheeky little, like, or maybe not that cheeky, but like a cute little variation of the find a thing, turning it into a little bit of a puzzle. They're not very deep or meaningful or intricate puzzles, but they don't really need to be, right? Because that's kind of not what the environmental exploration thingy of Elden Ring is even about in the first place. Like, I don't know. Again, I'm not defending this because, like, oh, it's the greatest content of all time, I can't believe you didn't fall in love with it immediately or whatever. I don't, at the end of the day, care all that much. And I don't think it's that good to begin with, but I don't also think it deserved that level of, like, scorn, and just wanted to share my opinions on that because I find it interesting also from a design perspective. Because, well, yeah, the whole find a thing in an environment isn't particularly interesting. They did a reasonably good job, in my opinion, of not only making it happen, but also, like, signposting broadly what you're supposed to be doing with it. Camera environment gives a tornado for the flying one, and the turrets in the wild is actually pretty good. Yeah, and mixing those with like fairly generic, like, oh, you just need to look around ones, I think is ultimately fine. It's not like the best thing ever. I am absolutely dying to this boss because I'm not paying enough attention, and the timing's actually kind of hard. Like, it's not fantastic. It could technically, of course, be better, but I think it's overall pretty okay. And they don't show up that much anyway. I think there's a total of like 4 instances across the entire game, so... Fuck. I got destroyed. I was hoping to finish off the ad, but then I had to roll so I don't get hit by him, and then the big one did a 4th stomp in a row, and I got crushed. Thought he'd stop after 3. It was a bit unfortunate. Alright, Spectre, please. Hello, hello. Yeah, so I think in essence, the way to make them much less tedious would be like... You come across one of those statues that has the book on it, and you go, alright, let me have a look around, and then Turtle can go, hey, you should maybe consider this direction, wink wink, nudge nudge, and they just point you in the direction, not like telling you, hey, here's the thing, but just like giving you a clue for where to go, because that's essentially what the message system in the game would normally also do if you were playing it in the normal circumstances rather than on the co-op server. Like, the messages themselves alleviate 99% of the tedium, just like with the illusory walls and shit. And I think doing something similar to that manually, because we're on the co-op mod, would probably solve like 99% of the issues. You would still have to figure out the like cheeky ones yourself, but you would have a broad idea for the ones that are just hanging out in the open. I'm bad. I do like how I spent like 8 minutes yesterday talking about how much I hate these fucking gargoyles, and here we are in a boss fight with boss plus a bunch of gargoyles. Can you stop doing the fucking stomps? They're actually pretty difficult to time, and I don't always have the opportunity to look at you for them. You reset into more stomps, so this is gonna be another like 3 or 4. He flew low because he got stuck on the ceiling, he's gaming. It was a generous dodge, I was a bit early on that one. Alright, finally. I don't think it's a cringe past moment, and I don't think it's like a thing where like, oh my god, you were so fucking wrong, how dare you. I just felt like sharing my thoughts on that, and that I think it's ultimately not that bad of a mechanic. It's absolutely fine to just not like a certain mechanic or a certain type of a big game like that. And that doesn't make it cringe or bad or whatever. And like, even with all those mitigating factors, it's absolutely fine to, at the end of the day, say like, nah, fuck it, I don't like this. And just like, next time you come across it, go like, nope, I'm not doing this, I hate it. That's kind of the beauty of a big open world game, right? Because like, a lot of the stuff is very deliberately and very explicitly optional content. Like, if I, for example, don't like these catacombs, these little dungeon thingies, because I find them mostly tedious, I can literally choose not to do them and not miss out on that much overall. I will miss out on a little bit of stuff. There's a couple of not only interesting ones, but also like relevant ones, but for the most part, if you, for example, were to say, oh, I hate this mechanic, I'm not doing that, then you can absolutely just pick and choose not to do this mechanic and do other shit instead. Something is your first time through a game, you don't know what you're missing? Yeah. But like, that's something I find a little bit weird about that discussion. People have talked about that a lot with the side content. And like, yeah, the argument of like, oh, just do the good stuff then, lol, is obviously a bit redundant or like reductive and assumes you somehow know in advance only what the good stuff is. But I see it from like the other perspective, or I see that it, or I think from the other perspective, it makes more sense anyway. Like, you rather, instead of saying like, oh, you should only do the good stuff, I think you should try it. Like, you go through a couple of these dungeons. If you find them too tedious, if you think they're like shitty low-tier shovelware content or whatever, then you stop doing them. Having, like, if you yourself decided, okay, I've done like 5 of them, all 5 have been shit, if you then keep doing the 6th and 7th one because, oh, maybe they'll have something good one day, that's at the end of the day kinda your call, and you're being a little too obsessive about missing something in a game that is this fucking ginormous, where everyone misses all sorts of shit all the fucking time. So, like, yeah, sure, it always sucks to miss out on some of the content, but I don't think many people would feel that way about, for example, the fucking Chalice dungeons in Bloodborne or whatever, right? Like, people pretty much have come down on the side of there's a couple interesting encounters in there, but for the most part they're kind of shit, and everyone's happy and fine with just not doing them in most of their playthroughs. And I don't see why like these side dungeons would be much different. Yeah, you're gonna miss out on some stuff, because you're choosing to skip content, but if the content itself isn't something you enjoy, then why bother? Like, I don't know. It's weird satisfaction to figure out how little the game can get away with while still getting enough gear and upgrades to progress to the main story. Yeah, the game is very lenient in that regard. You can kind of do whatever the fuck you want, really. Which also, like, really shines through whenever you're trying to just make a new character and you're trying to beeline through certain parts of it, or just trying to get pieces together before you quote-unquote start actually playing the game. Game can still be like that. 9 out of 10, Secret Door has nothing secret and 1 has something really interesting in it. Yeah, but like, first of all, you don't know that the 10 out of 10th time will have something really interesting behind it. You're just assuming that, even though like your empirical evidence points to the exact opposite direction. And also, well, is it really worth that one interesting thing to go through 9 things that you hate so much that you feel like they drag the game down and make the game terrible? Like, I'm not saying that's literally what you yourself are currently expressing, but like, this sort of discussion was a large part of what people were talking about when this game first came out. Like, oh, the side content is so bad, these dungeons are all the same couple tile sets, same encounters, same enemies, boring. Which, in my opinion, is very fucking reductive, because I do think they actually do a couple of fairly neat and at least interesting ideas with the dungeons. But they're definitely not like peak prime time content or whatever, so I'm not saying they're like super fucking good and super important and people are completely wrong about it. Like, no, they're definitely sort of fillery. But for fillery sort of content, they're pretty good, in my opinion, and not nearly as bad, and not nearly as dragging the game down as some people might claim. My brother's the type of only really wanted to play the game once and never do New Game Plus, so he gets pretty worked up about missable content, whereas I do New Game Plus and multiplayer, so I'm experienced that. Adamantly opposed to there being a limited amount of larval tiers for one new game, for example, which, fair enough, there's no real reason it should be limited, however, there's like 20 of them, bro. And then you fucking need it for not doing the New Game Plus anyway. Yeah, I mean, larval tiers, I'll agree with your brother, absolutely. I don't know why even have respec currency. Like, it sounds like the sort of thing like, oh, of course you have respec currency, that makes sense, it's a video game, right? You have this sort of currency for it. But if you actually interrogate why the fuck that needs to be a feature, I think it's pretty easy to come to the conclusion that, no, actually, respecing does not need to have a currency in a game like this. Like, what is the harm in letting people actually change their build when they want to, rather than when they have farmed up one more of the currency or found one more of the currency or whatever? Like, I don't really see that, like, as a thing that needs to be limited. But yeah, I think, personally, but that's like a general, like, pretty broad approach, I think if you're planning to play a thing only once, and you know you're only ever gonna play it once and whatever, then you should probably try to get as much out of it as you can. But at the same time, you're also needlessly limiting yourself to doing that. Like, technically nothing stopping you or whoever from playing this more frequently. Like, why not do more characters and more runs in the future? aside from you don't want to. And if you don't want to play more of it, then why be upset that you didn't get to play more of it? Like, it feels a little like, I don't know, like I want the thing, but I don't want to play the thing. I just want to have the thing. As tough as it sounds, like that doesn't really make that much sense to me. And for myself, if I say, yeah, I'm probably only gonna play it once, I will try to get all the stuff, but if I miss something, oh well. Like, there are definitely games that I've only ever managed to play through once, like, for example, Disco Elysium, which I really, really like. I still haven't managed to get a second playthrough of that going, because, like, I've seen too much of it that I kind of tire of the main gameplay loop before I get to really, I don't know, sink into a second run of the story or whatever. But I did miss a lot of stuff on my first time through, and there are so many other things that I could be seeing. So, can I really be upset about that? No, I don't think so. I think it's fine to, like, play a game only once and not see literally 100% of it, and for things to be missable. And I don't think that diminishes the value of the game or anything like that. Like, I don't know. If it's myself in my own way of playing a game again, then I can only really blame myself, right? Like, sure, if the game self-destructs when you've played 100 hours of it, so you better play exactly 100 hours and get as much content as you can in those 100 hours before the game self-destructs, then yeah, sure, that's pretty ass. But that's kind of not the world we live in usually, thankfully. Mostly, I hope. So I don't see it as that big of a deal. Anyway, as we directly wondering, yeah, I said so, I agree. Maybe because it's something you can think of, like, what do we do to fill all the exploration reward points we want to have? I think the intent is half lore and half we don't want you to literally change your build every fight, but it's not really a big deal, so it shouldn't really be. I agree. Need healing, use an elixir, only have 85 of them. It's the final boss, yep. The classic. Missable stuff is fine, but the reason for it being missable may not be fine. From games generally have perfectly reasonable missable content. I agree, but apparently not everyone does. Especially if you, like... I will gladly concede that is... Oh fuck, I thought the other thing was a little closer. Whoops. I will gladly concede that the quest lines were incredibly hard to follow and kind of dumb, and some of the content being locked behind the quest lines, like some of the fights, most notably the one from Fia, from her quest line, I think is a little dumb. Like, that is a bit too relevant of a plot point and a bit too relevant of a story moment to be locked behind a quest line that is this hard to follow. Fia is not actually locked to my knowledge. I'm pretty confident, but maybe I just didn't know enough shit about the game back then. But I'm pretty confident on my first playthrough, I was at a point where I was literally locked out of getting that fight TM, without like going into major detail and spoiling anything for anyone that might be watching. I'm pretty confident I was at a point where I was locked out of doing that and continuing that road. No, I had interacted with her before, I just... I think I just didn't do the quote-unquote correct things to progress her storyline or whatever. Like, the way I played it, and the way I usually play these games, is that I'll just play my first run completely blind, and then when I'm done with my first run, like I've beaten the final boss, I've done my stuff, then I will look stuff up and see like all the stuff that I've missed, and I'll either finish that off on the character as much as I can, or make a new character just to, well, not just to see all the stuff that I've missed, but like also just to like play the game again with a different build, with a different experience, that sort of shit. And I'm fairly confident that at the time, I did finish off some of the missing content, but I was pretty sure that that questline was not something I could go back and finish off. But maybe that was just like a bad... Or like maybe the community, or especially myself, just didn't know enough stuff about the game yet, and we thought it was impossible, and it isn't actually. But I distinctly remember that being one of the things I was like, man, that is a little annoying, because the fight is so deep in the game, so it'll be quite a while before I actually get there on my second run or second character. But yeah, nowadays with the NPCs having at least map markers, or just people in general having map markers, thank fuck, and also just the community knowing much more about it, and often like having messages and shit, so you don't really miss out on that much stuff, I think it's mostly fine the way they make the content optional or missable. Could have been a patch thing too. Yeah, very likely. Or again, I might have just not known enough about it, but I remember that being a thing for my perspective at the time. That was also the fun time where maxing out a weapon actually reduced its effectiveness. Like, it got worse if you had maxed it out fully. Having a level 24 weapon was literally stronger than a level 25 weapon because they messed up the scaling. You should look that up, that was funny. Both for Somber as well as for normal weapons, level 24 was better, so people wouldn't want to max out their shit. I did it anyway because I was like, fuck it, I'm sending it. Yeah, that was very early days. They fixed that pretty quickly because people were very upset, of course, because their shiny fancy toys were slightly less overpowered than they already were by default. And people cannot stand if you take away their fancy toys, or at least like weaken them very slightly. So 1 month after release, yeah, it was probably patched by that point. I was very happy to be able to play this game on release, because I was expecting it to not run on my system at the time, and it did manage to run. Not always great, but surprisingly good overall. Maybe it's a language thing, but I think upset is a little much from my perspective. Hey, an Iron Cleaver, nice. Like, I understand being like, man, that's kind of weird. Why does that, like, slightly decrease the... I'm not saying it goes down to 1 damage or something, by the way. I'm saying, like, instead of being better, it got very slightly worse, if I recall correctly. But the point being, it's probably just a language thing, or maybe I'm, like, reading too much into it, but I think being upset about it, which a lot of people were, is a little much. I saw it as a funny little quirk that at the end of the day didn't really affect the game that much. Whether you do 670 damage on your stats page or 650 or something is just not that much of a difference for how the game plays out, in my opinion. But also, in my opinion, a lot of people are absolutely obsessed over every single point on that sort of stats page, and they do need to min-max the shit out of literally everything, or else they can't beat the boss or whatever. So, in my opinion, people are a little too upset about it, and I don't think it's something to be really upset about. Like, yeah, sure, it's dumb, but I think it's funny dumb, and not like, oh my god, how terrible. Pretty sure I don't meet the requirements for Elden Ring, but it runs alright. Yeah, it runs fine because it's mostly just the same as Dark Souls 3, I think. Getting out the picture was probably a bit much, if the majority of people were like that. I mean, I don't know about the majority. I guess mostly you just hear about the people that are actually, like, really angry and really annoying about it, so... If, like, I perceived it that way, it might also just be that the people that were that upset about it were just the vocal minority or whatever. Because they will be the sort of people that will whinge and complain. But yeah, the thing is, I'm probably also weird about that sort of thing, because I simply don't care that much. Like, maybe from having played these games too much, but I generally find it really, really hard to care about minor shit like that, especially when I find it so funny for the most part. Like, the idea that, like, oh, my 24 weapon is slightly better than my 25 weapon, you tell me that's a thing that happens in a Souls game, I'm laughing my ass off. And if I now have a weapon that I can upgrade to max level and it does slightly less damage, that will not really affect my gameplay negatively, and I'll find it really funny. So, I don't know. Yeah, I agree that it shouldn't be that way mechanically, and, like, if it did make a massive difference, which in my opinion it didn't, but that's beside the point, then yeah, sure, you should probably be upset. I'm very slightly upset, for example, for an instance where I am in that group of people, I am very slightly upset that on release in Bloodborne, if you had your lantern on, it would decrease your stamina regeneration. You can also look that up if you feel like it. But I was the kind of gamer that was like, oh, this lantern that you can slap on your belt, that is totally neat. I want to have this on at all times. So my first playthrough, and maybe the next 1 or 2 playthroughs, I would always have my lantern on at all times because it looked so cool and the game was so dark and the extra bit of lighting was really nice and they gave it a cool little side effect and like it was so cool. And then later I found out it actually cuts your stamina recovery by like 30% or some shit. Just having your lantern on. And I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Why is it doing that? That's a bit mean. Like, cutting your stamina regen is actually a much bigger nerf than just taking a tiny bit of your damage away. So, I felt like that was a bit ass. Not like I was upset with the pitchforks out, but like I was like, man, that's a bit cheaty. Do enjoy messages in the early days. Some people didn't know things. How far was some illusory wall ahead? Could this be an illusory wall? Still no illusory wall to spare gesture? Yeah. Sometimes you just see liar head message because the message, yeah, has faded or not shown up for you. I agree. Well, angry players slowly using their mind to play theories. People just post liar for. Yeah, I agree. Like, oh, there's a message missing here. Let me post the fake illusory wall so that guy isn't lying. Wait, what the fuck was that loading? Look at this loading. What the hell? Look at this passage over there being completely blocked. And then we take a couple steps. Poof, it's open. That is very clumsy. Holy. But yeah, see, I look at that and I find it funny. I find this entertaining. I don't see this as like, oh my god, shit game, major flaw, unplayable. I'm like, oh, that's cute, that's adorable. Or like the parts of the DLC where you can, this is not a spoiler, don't worry. There's a couple like slightly buggy spots in the DLC where you can sort of clip out of bounds. I've had a couple instances of that and I thought it was really interesting and pretty cool. That doesn't really ruin my experience at all. I think it's cool, but like, I don't know. What's this boss again? Isn't it just a Misbegotten or some shit? Yeah, I was wondering that as well. Since some things do like they've been popping in more, yeah. They definitely did increase the fidelity slightly, I think on lighting and stuff especially. That and the DLC just looking really cool anyway, but I think they also just made the lighting overall slightly better, so that might be like one of the downsides of having upgraded that part of it. On release loading times taking an hour and a half. Yeah, I was there. Especially with the loading screens just being the Bloodborne text in white on black background, it looked so... Like, people actually had that shit burn into their TVs because it like took so long and it was a non-moving picture in the center of the screen. So yeah, that was not great. Like, the loading times are much more of a deal breaker, actually unplayable type deal to me than any like minor bug or hey, it turns out my weapon is slightly worse. Whoops, who cares? Me too, but I could totally understand people being irritated and myself wouldn't think it was a big deal. I think people overvalue their little like damage numbers, but again, that's kind of not that important in the video. Everyone can have their own opinion on that. Two types of gamers, lol and unplayable. Yeah, I agree. I think some people look at that. Oh wait, no wait. I think some people look at that kind of loading distance and pop and stuff. Just go, you've heard of many games that has this. Yeah, but those sort of people should probably also actually look into how fucking difficult and hard and complex and much of a mess game development and that sort of shit is. Like, it's the same sort of crowd that just like, oh, you're having server issues on launch? Just get more servers. Why aren't you just getting more servers? Clearly you have money, just get more servers. Just fix the issue. You have money, right? I think you have money, so just fix it. How can this not be fixed when you have money? Or I gave you money, so you must have money, so just fix it. Which is just simply not how life works, I'm sorry. So, I don't know. I usually don't take those people very seriously to begin with. Giant turtles on Bangalore stream was supposed to be visible from further away. Yeah, unreleased Bloodborne screens are nostalgic. Yeah, nostalgic is one word for them. Oh my god, an ambush. Not in substantial percent of your lifetime, yeah. Hey, it's a cool logo, I like the font they use. Server providers for games having to deal with Intel 13, 14th gen CPUs being fucked up. I mean, the like rat's tail of technical issues leading to more technical issues, leading to more issues, leading to more things, and so on and so forth is literally infinite, so there's basically no point there where you can just be like, oh yeah, this guy, he caused it, fuck that guy specifically. It's never quite that simple. Fuck it, let's go into this dungeon down here. This is the one that had the fucked up lighting for me the other day. Maybe we should come back at night and see if it's still doing it. No, that looks normal. Let's come back here at night real quick and see if it still does it. I posted a screenshot of that on the Bango Discord, but it didn't really come across very well in the screenshot because static image and lighting isn't really very good at expressing and showing the issue. Knew about it for 2 years, has been aggressively trying to cover up, blame it on everyone else. Fantastic. Very sweet. I hope I don't end up getting issues with that, because I think mine is also from that generation. I already forgot which bits I bought because I care that much about hardware, but I think mine is from that generation as well, so I might end up having issues. We'll see. Hasn't been happening so far though, thankfully. Bong. I'm on my AoE sword, right? So maybe we can do some fancy gravity shit. I do love the, like... There's probably a word for that. What is... There must be a term for, like, harmony between lore and gameplay. Basically, I love the harmony between lore and gameplay with these guys, with the, like, our demi-humans being taught magic, and then she uses a magic stick that doesn't have many int requirements but doesn't scale very well, and her magic is clearly shit because she's using very weak spells with shit range, and when they do homing projectiles they summon very few, like those sort of little lore coming together with gameplay tidbits. I love those, and I think the demi-human queens are pretty good for that one. Scales with strengths too, yeah, it might be. Okay, blue screens and armor crashes the arena, and then you're probably fine regardless. The issue itself is so rare. Nice. I'm probably okay then, in that regard. Laggedly sword ahead. I did it, yes, congratulations. Favorite thing is when they get low health and they throw the stick at you and go nuts. Yeah. That sort of stuff is so cool. Well then, internal anti-cheat error, communication error. Speaking of blue screens and crashes and shit, we spoke it into existence. Thankfully it's just the game rather than my PC itself. Thanks, anti-cheat, I agree. I mean, at least we're past that point where it's just going like, oh, suspicious activity detected, get fucked, you're offline now until you restart the game. Which is what Turtle and I were struggling with when we were trying to do the bleep in co-op. Code relevant to the situation. Wait, that works? Wasn't someone the other day trying to do quote with a word behind it and it didn't work? Why is it working now? I was like, man, I can probably fix that, but it's effort and I don't know how, and I would need to actually read into how to fix that, and now it's just working. Alright, never mind then. Yeah, why is this working now? What the fuck? My Python script fixed itself. Thank you, Python. You're the best. Let's go. AI is taking over in the most minor of ways, but with the best possible results. Very cool. I swear I didn't fix that myself. I'm way too lazy. By which I obviously mean I just didn't have time. Look, I tried, it was so hard. Like, I spent hours researching how to do the issue, and like, I was on Stack Overflow for at least like 8 days, and it's impossible to solve. And I finally fixed it after so much work. You should probably thank me forever. My code doesn't work, I don't know why. My code works, I don't know why. Yep. Oh wait, Melina has things to say since we're in a Church of America. Hello, Melina. How are we doing?
Shall I share?
Yes, share them with me. I managed to skip the very first line, so she starts with, shall I share them with you? That's pretty potent. Good job, ma'am. Isn't there an artist thing over here? I probably don't have the painting yet, actually. But yeah, there's definitely an artist thing here looking this way, because this view is fantastic. Oh, is it this one? Yeah, it must be here because of all the messages, but we don't have it. Unlucky. Hey, this game looks so cool. Even with this weather being as shit as it is, the fog covering part of the, like, massive bridge. I was gonna call it an aqueduct, but it's not an aqueduct, is it? It looks like an aqueduct. So good. Man, I must be a little weird. I hope you guys are weird in my way as well, though, because, like, when I see people play this for the first time, like, I was trying to check out some people playing the DLC for the first one, for example. When I see people playing this for the first time, way too few people stop to smell the roses and just go like, oh man, look at this gorgeous view, or just like, oh, look around at all this cool shit that you can see. So few people actually settle the fuck down and enjoy the scenery for the massive, important element that it is, and I always think that's such a shame. I did that so much in the DLC. But I don't remember, like, sorry to keep throwing you under the bus, Bango, but you can probably tank it. You know, it's not out of a place of hate, but out of a place of love. But I don't remember a single instance of Bango standing there and actually looking around going like, damn, this game is so pretty. Because, like, goddamn, this game is so pretty, how dare you? It's unfortunate some people have different tastes, yeah. Oops, I should not have walked off that cliff. We got away with it, that's fucking good. Not everybody's which is fine, but it appreciates the environments, yeah. Look away every time then. You're not appreciating it hard enough. If you don't take a 5-minute break with subtle slapping sounds showing up, then you're not appreciating hard enough, bro. You just gotta get on that. Nah, I probably just missed the times where you do actually do that. I agree. I looked at the invasion you were talking about. Apparently it only happens if you've been to Stormvale. Oh, I see. That makes sense, actually. That's a good little failsafe to not get people completely screwed. Because that is a very tough man to earlyly, yes, Brain, that's a good way of phrasing it, run into. Hey, Bango, wanna see a mini-boss you can fight that will absolutely tear your ass up? Hey, look at this, the lighting bug is back. Look, it looks like there's massive amounts of light streaming from this cave. It looks super fucking cool, doesn't it? But it's a bug. It's not meant to be this way. The cave is just for some reason, like, giga illuminated. And then when we go in, it actually fixes itself. Or at least it did last time. Bango's also no 4-player environment, which we're looking at the scenery. Excuse you, I have been having Harold take a lot of vacation, and Michael's also not been around that much, or Mikael, or whatever the fuck he wants to go by. So, it's mostly been a 1 to 2 player environment, and I'm sure the second of those 2 players is absolutely fine with just stopping to smell the roses, so yeah. It's no excuses, Bango. You gotta get on that. Give the person what he wants, which is me. I'm the person, sorry. I speak for the person. No personally pay less attention to details when I'm playing game multiplayer. Yeah, same with me also streaming. Like, I tend to take it in quite differently when I'm streaming versus not streaming. That being said, I did make an effort for when I was streaming the DLC to also just go like, man, this place looks so sick all the fucking time. Like, I was still taking screenshots and enjoying myself. Let's get the torch back out. We can't use this weapon one-handed, which is a bit unfortunate, so I'll have to keep putting the torch away. And we didn't buy the lantern yet, so it's a little less. Ow. Best stuff to take an interview. Bango was trying to head on Michael. Someone ruined another NPC interaction by doing literally nothing. Yeah, the amount of times where Mikael shows up and just like, oh, suddenly a boss trigger, oh, suddenly a weird thing has happened is absolutely awful, poor guy. Ruining the experience in the least intentional way. Schmack. But yeah, part of that is why I would have myself advocated for doing a... Why? Oh yeah, right. I was wondering, why are you guys not taking any damage? And then, yeah, right, I don't fulfill the stats requirement to swing my weapon if I'm one-handing it, so let me... But yeah, that's why I would generally advocate for playing this without the co-op mode for the first time. You can still do so much co-op, just like summoning each other for various areas and shit, and while you do have to jump through some minor hoops to do it, the game itself just runs so much better and more consistent, and there's so many less weird issues. It is very funny, all the weird shit that happens with the co-op mod, and like some of the odd quirks and funny things, but I personally would have, for myself, obviously, it's like a subjective thing, but I personally would have definitely... Oh, is this the Rune Bear? Oh, is this the Rune Bear, guys? Am I gonna have a shit time? I'm not looking to have a shit time. I don't want to have a shit time. I was here for a good time. I didn't want to have a bad time. I think the Falchion is gonna serve me better. Well, shucks. I should probably not heal there, actually. I'm gonna be out of healing. I should one-hand those for the slightly higher attack speed. Ah, fuck, I was late on the roll. Oh, fuck. Ah, fuck, I for some reason thought that was gonna work out. I'm in a terrible spot, I'm gonna die. I'm just gonna roll spam and look for the best. I got lucky, let's go. That hits me even though I rolled into him this time? Huh. I guess I was just fucked last time when that killed me. I thought I had fucked up by rolling away from him. Okay, this bleed took forever to proc, this is not the way. Next attempt we'll be using the greatsword again. Well, I don't know if summoning. Hey, I should probably go kill Margaret so I can get a second talisman slot and get some stamina regen going or something. I am way early, yeah. Thankfully this grab does usually not too much damage if you mash out of it, yeah. That grabbed me? Alright then. Thank you, camera. Why is my cursor speed so, or my camera speed so low? It took me forever to turn there, even though I usually have it pretty high. I need to roll sideways there, I need to get used to them. Don't know if the bear's rushing headbutt attack, right? They might have, yeah. Can also bang with converting back if he wants to him how it goes. Yeah, I mean, I can also see, like, that he's enjoying the whole, like, we can hop in whenever, and for the actual overworld exploration, it's definitely working out pretty well, all things considered, so I don't think he has to do that or anything. It's just, like, for myself, Wait, there's no Stake of America here, that's kind of fucked up. Anyway, I think for, like, myself, I would have preferred the sanctity of the actual game to be a little bit more important, but it's not that big a deal regardless. Also, I mean, Mango is also tanking it with a smile for the most part, like, a lot of the weirdness is just like, haha, funny thing happened, rather than, oh my god, unplayable, so I think it's not that bad at the end of the day. Just looking if the red was coming over. You mad at me immediately? You are. I was gonna read chat after I enter the boss room, but here I am, getting bared. Yeah, for me it's like about the messages not being there, and yeah, this damage is much better and much more comfy. We'll probably even get a combo at some point here. But yeah, it's like mostly about like no messages and the NPCs behaving weird that I find a little annoying. Plus the invasions, but he hasn't really run too many instances of that being a thing. There we go, finally attempted correctly. Oh, I missed. I'm okay. Shouldn't have left on there. You could kinda tell the angle was gonna be weird. Oops, my bad. I find the bears so weird, man. Because to a degree they are very easy to fight, but then they're sometimes really annoying depending on like what attacks they choose, and just kinda how it ends up playing out. Like I had a pretty long series there where I just like by simply attacking moved out of its attack range. Here for example it did the grab even though I was so close to it that even without moving I think it wouldn't have grabbed me. Like if it does shit like that, the bears are super easy to deal with. But if they do a lot of the fucking charging and being annoying, then they are a menace. I don't know, bears are one of the weirder enemies, I think. Basically, one shot it seems that it also came out. Yeah, I don't know, I just don't like rim bears in general. A lot of these, like, slightly too big enemies that have, like, charging moves where their attack, like, the active frames are a little bit too long and that sort of shit, I just don't enjoy all that much. That grab a percentage of your health rather than normal damage? No, the grab does normal damage. It's just one of the weird grabs where the damage instances come out fairly late in the animation, and if you mash out, you can exit the grab before you get a lot of damage on you. So you simply, like, leave the bear's loving embrace before the bear can kill you. told me last night he chose this house. He was fine with some weirdness. Also, and Gummy Hero Craft was very funny the other night. Yeah, I still need to check that out. I don't think he's uploaded the video for that yet, but I can also just look at the VOD. Maybe I'll check some of that out tomorrow in my lunch break. No, but mashing out a bit remember first it takes doing more damage much higher, etc. since the beginning. I think that grab is I personally think of that grab always as one of the weaker ones, like one of the ones where I'm like, oh, I got grabbed, well, it's not so bad. I still would prefer not to get grabbed because you actually get to punish him for missing the grab, but that grab is not in my head as a thing that is damaging or dangerous, so at least from my perspective, it feels like it's always been that way. And also stays that way throughout the game. Like, it's probably gonna do more damage later, simply because, like, relatively their stats are gonna be higher and shit, but I don't think that's ever, like, one of the spooky ones. Isn't there a weird head here? Why is the head not showing up? Isn't this the ruin that has the head, or am I dumb? Oh, I know what's in this ruin. Oh no. I remember what's in this ruin, unless I mean, I might be completely wrong. There's a lot of bloodstains. Oh no, it's this one. It's the pages. Okay, never mind. There's 3 of them here, aren't there? No, it's 2. 2 is also okay. I do not love the pages. Okay, so it's not the one that I thought it was. I thought this one was the not very fun one. Yeah, I ran out of stamina. I was looking at shot because I thought he was dead. Pew. Thankfully, these don't have the repeating crossbows yet, so they're not that bad. Perfumer's Bolt. I've seen them called the Vigor Checkers, which I thought was very funny. It's not how I feel about them. I think their attacks are generally fairly avoidable, but they do a relatively large amount of damage for how, like, sometimes annoying they are to dodge, so I can still see where that name might be coming from. Crossbows get very mean. I would... I shouldn't, but that makes me want to show you guys one of the first, like, minor side bosses in the DLC and my very funny first experience with it. I won't, because I don't want to spoil anything. But I had a very funny experience with one of the first, like, minor optional side bosses that I stumbled into when I was young, innocent, naive, and underleveled mostly. That immediately reminded me, or that I was immediately reminded of. Done the early DLC myself, but I mean, also, nah, I'll just not do it. There's definitely at least one person here that hasn't done it, and I mean, it's not that worth. I'd have to log on to another character and quickly run over there, and then die in a specific way, which was pretty funny to die in. But yeah. True Vigor triggers. The Bleed Dog on release, yeah, the check which everyone failed. The impossible check. No, the one you mean I also had a good experience? Yeah, I regaled you with that story before as well, so you know what I'm referring to. But yeah, it's fine. It's not that important. Fuck. Ow. Yeah. I don't think I should be giving him that much space so long. Hard mode. Oh right, that follow-up weird charge thingy. These guys have a weird moveset that you don't really get to see very much. There's not a lot of these guys in the game. And like, this one usually just kills over really quickly, so it's not that bad. But yeah, if I'm not misremembering, then the thing that's in the dungeon that's further south then... Yeah, there's another church here, isn't there? Or like some other grace or campfire. But yeah, then that one is contains a boss that I'm not looking forward to fighting. Hello, friends. Stop. Ow. I do like their flowing moveset and like the way they like jump in such a floaty manner. That's kind of cool. Very Dancer of the Boreal Valley, these guys overall. Ow. Do I get to do this without dying? Let's find out. I do, how nice, but they take way less damage during the transition. I'm surprised From haven't done that more, honestly. The whole like, oh, boss or enemy takes less damage during their phase transition. Because that allows you to still do something to them, you still get to like build statuses or like prepare. But at the same time, they don't just automatically die during phase transitions like some of the older bosses in some of the older games do sometimes. That lasts a little longer than I thought. Unlucky. I thought I would just avoid the initial thing, and then I waited an extra like second or two, and I was like, fuck it, I'm sending it. And then it just like stayed, and I literally did not know that at all, so I just died. Unlucky. Let's do this for the extra bit of damage. Poke. And thrust? No, you're just hanging out back there, fair enough. I can probably just hit him with 3 or 4 jumping attacks and already crumble him. Seems like he does not have a lot of posture. Dickhead. Oh, he didn't die, unlucky. This time I was ready for the sliding attack though, so no combo for you. Oh yeah, that thing is here. I don't have a lot of these fucking keys, do I? So I should probably be a little bit more careful where I spend them. I can just buy more, I have infinite money that I can't spend on levels, so... And by infinite I mean 80k and 90k, so it's a lot. But not literally infinite, I suppose. So I did, like I said before, do a tiny bit of research into what we're gonna be doing with this character. And I have figured out which shield I'll probably be using for this playthrough, and it's in this area here, somewhat close by. We're not quite there yet, so I'm talking about it a little bit early, but... there's a medium shield here that we're gonna be using that I think looks kinda cool, but we'll see if it is something we can build some reasonable fashion with. Yeah, it's this one. And I think this has the boss that I'm not looking forward to. Best viewers, oh thank you very much, I need those. My viewers are not quite on best level just yet. What a weird link anyway. What the fuck is that link? I'm not gonna say it out loud lest I get in trouble for scamming people, but like it's basically just like a name.com, which is like... Isn't FFYTB a game? Like some old MMORPG or something? Isn't that Fly for Fun or no, it's... I don't remember. Anyway. I'll stop thinking about it. Oh my god, message, what do you say? Dark? Oh dark, I agree, that's why I have the torch. You gotta come prepared, boy. Oh right, it's this place. I do have 6 of these, can we make more? We can. I don't have dragonfly heads, but technically we could. We can probably get around here. I heard an interesting rumor today when I was looking at items to use. Someone in a Reddit thread suggested like, oh, you should be using these boots because they make you able to move through a swamp without being hindered. I was like, what? I had never heard of that. Like, you can sprint through swamp without being slowed down or whatever with a certain pair of boots? That's sick. And I wrote those down. I was like, hell yeah. And then I read on the wiki where to get them, and then the description and everything didn't say anything about that. I was like, huh. Okay, that's a bit weird. And down in the comments on the wiki, there was a guy that was like, hey, am I hallucinating, or wasn't this the one where people said you don't get slowed down in the swamp when you're wearing them? Like, isn't this the one that had the description hint at that sort of thing, or am I dumb? And someone replied to them saying, like, no, that actually never happened. The description never hinted at that, it wasn't updated or anything. So it seems like that's one of those instances of like people collectively having decided, or at least a subgroup of people having collectively decided that they have heard that somewhere and that that's probably true, but it didn't actually happen, which is pretty fascinating. Like just this sort of collective rumor of like, oh, these are the boots that do the thing, it says in the description, but then when you check it out, it actually doesn't, and it never did. I cornered myself here, that was not good. Okay, one of the rats is dead. There's another small one, isn't there? Well, if there is, it fucked off, so we're fine. Alright, we're gonna get poisoned here again, but it's fine. I might not cure this one, because we're... Oh yeah, they ran over to the waterfall for some reason. Good for you guys. I'm not gonna go and kill you. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna cure this one. I think we're just gonna tank this poison and drink our healing. And we will probably have to reset before the boss anyway, so... Alright. I need the lantern. We're not very far off the merchant that sells the lantern anyway, and then we can see shit, which is gonna be nice. I do like being able to see shit. I never understood why Arteria Leaf is flagged by the game as, like, special loot, like why it has the fancy loot color. Or items on the ground. I don't think, like, I've ever crafted much with it, basically. Kinda rare. Yeah, I do understand that. Like, you don't see it growing in very many instances. To craft Exalted Flesh, I say. I don't think I've ever crafted it. So I guess that one's on me. I tend not to use buffs like that, like the crabs or the Exalted Flesh. Even though I should. Crabs especially are super easy to get, like boiled crab, boiled prawn. So I should really not like hesitate to actually use it. Especially on this character, we'll probably make good use of it because we'll have plenty of money to just buy what we need, because what else am I gonna do with my money? So we'll definitely start using some of them. A few things people might actually want to craft, but frankly something like Golden Vow is more versatile. Yeah. I guess the main advantage being that you don't need to have that, neither the Ash of War nor the spell itself. Plus requirements. Oh yeah, right. This combat track that we have here, by the way, always reminds me of Skyrim combat music. There's the generic Skyrim, like you're just fighting random enemies combat music, or one of the generic music tracks, and it sounds a little bit like that with the drums and the string instruments going like... Alright, Ringman, alright, Ord. How is things going? I have been flowered. Alright, we actually managed to win this thing before dying of poison. Very good. Right, it's this medallion. Very cool. We have this now. I'm surprised that there are multiple of these, like, small, very poison-heavy little dungeons. You'd think that'd only be one of them as, like, a gimmick, but no, there's at least 2 poison ones, and I think 1 rot one, if I remember correctly. So it's weird that that shows up multiple times as a theme. Must, again, resist the urge to instinctively go to the level up menu and spend my souls. I don't know why that's, like, so thoroughly lodged into my brain, but apparently I've developed that, and now I gotta fight it every time. Very good. Hey, let's go die. That's gonna be fun. I love doing that. I love running over here and getting killed by... Okay, maybe I'm just misremembering, you know? Like, maybe it's not actually the boss that I'm thinking it is. Maybe this is going to be cool. Maybe it's all gonna be fine. Maybe life isn't always bad to good people. Maybe I don't get headshot. Well, it's not even a headshot. Maybe I don't get shot in the arm? I guess? Shot in the hands. Both hands! Excuse you! Dickheads. Anyway. Wait, I'm wrong. This is... I thought there was a Revenant in here. Nice. Oh, the I remember where the Revenant is. How did I get that confused? The Revenant is over by EG in the King's something ruins. That's where the Revenant hangs out in one of the dungeons. I don't know why I thought it was here. Wouldn't be a Souls game without... Oi! And without some witch being tortured and tied up somewhere. Confusingly placed lady and to get more lore. Yeah, I did definitely find that very confusing on my first time through as well. Fine lady though. Actually, I say that. It's only Demon Souls, this game, and Dark Souls 3 that have a character like that, so I guess it's not that mandatory in Souls games. Other location first in both playthroughs. Yeah, I didn't put 2 and 2 together that it's the same NPC until, like, much later. And the whole, like, oh, this one is just, like, the spirit but not the body, it's just not a concept that was on my radar, so I, you know, I did not know about that sort of shit. Oh, I was not looking for that. Dark Souls 2 especially in many other ways beside that. Yeah, but it's also not in Dark Souls 1, so... Or is there? Is there a tied-up witch lady that has been tortured in Dark Souls 1? I don't think so. So we have that Zweihander here, which... 19 strength is a lot. I think we can two-hand that, though. Let's buy the Sacrificial Twigs, why not? Must have it's the release of The Body in DVD. I did, yeah.Egen kann Kolana. Kolan, maybe. That is her name, right? Kolan is the white spider that's suffering. But that's kind of not the same context. I'm thinking of like the witch from Demon Souls that's like upstairs tied up, and like Yuria, whatever the fuck her name is in Dark Souls 3. That style of NPC, where there's like implied, hey, this is not great stuff occurring. At least the way I read that, usually. By the way, I need to actually show this because I'm currently streaming and I'm in this area. I love this area. This area has a feature that I think is super sick, but like, I don't know what the lore or the reasons or whatever is, and people don't notice this, but this beach is fucking awesome. It's not quite here, it's a little bit further. But there's just like... this massive beach, and over here there's a large number of these fucking zombies just like wading into the ocean. I find this so weird. It's just such an odd little place. There's nothing of value or interest here, if I recall correctly. Like, there's an item over there, it's probably nothing important, and before it's the best item in the game. Yeah, Golden Rune one, that is actually pretty good. Best item in the game right there. But like, I don't know why this is a thing, but I was so intrigued my first time through. I was like, damn, this looks awesome. Who got left behind from an exodus, possibly got Frey's group who left to do battle in other lands. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, this place is really neat. I don't know why it is like this. I don't know why there's not a lot going on here. Like, a bunch of stuff to do. The spider boss was Quelaag. Yeah, we're talking not about Quelaag, we're talking about her sister, who is the, like, spider that doesn't speak with you unless you have the Witch's Ring as your starting gift. And she is, let's say, not doing very well. For how little... No, not that one. That one is doing just fine. That one is Quilana, I think. Quillan, I think, is the spider. That's like the sister that's like the firekeeper lady that is suffering. Quilana is the one that becomes your pyromancer teacher, tier 2, after you talk to what's-his-face, and he pisses off. And Quelaag is the boss, obviously. Before go as this god folk in this game, yeah. I am in agreement, but at least that's what I remember. I might be completely wrong though. But yeah, for some reason that's another one of those where like, when you talk to the Firekeeper Shrine lady spider thingy that is like suffering, the one that Quillock is trying to help and trying to feed and make feel better, her tiny bits of dialogue that you get from having the ring and talking to her is always fucking heart-wrenching. Just the voice actress just does such a good job of sounding in such agony and misery that like listening to that is always like, fuck man. Why is it gonna be like that? Just from the tiny bits of dialogue that you get. Assume God is actually intended as a literal God prefix for name since so many people named it. Yeah. I mean, that's not a very uncommon thing in real life for names to have stuff like that, like little prefixes that then become pretty common. So there's a thing I'm looking for here, not the grace that's down there, although we will also try to get that. There's one of these pillars you can jump on and get a shield, and that's the one that I'm planning to use on this character, at least for the foreseeable future. Maybe we'll find out that it's ass. Based in reality, I think the game actually does that a pretty reasonable amount of time, where like weird thing that happens is actually not that uncommon if you look at like IRL to compare and contrast. So this is the Eclipse Crest Heater Shield, and I'm making this sound like it's some sort of fancy, cool big man item, like, oh my god, Eclipse Crest Heater Shield, that sounds sick, dude, what is it about? It's a medium shield. The reason I chose this is because it's very light and it has 100% physical reduction, and it looks kinda cool. I haven't used it before, so may as well. And I do want a medium shield, A for parrying, and B for being able to block. It's also in a very odd spot, like that one is very hard to find for how normal of a shield it is. So I think that also gives it a couple extra style points. I don't think that's one that many people have, or at least I think there's a lot of people that don't have this one, is probably the right way of saying that. Oops. Let's have a look. We got the Faith one, that is nice. I do think I'll stick with the charged attacks and the strength tier. I think strength is very nice. The early points on an attribute I think are all pretty good when it comes to the scaling for little weapons, so having 10 points of strength later on is basically just like, oh, here's 10 more damage, which is pretty pointless, but I think early on it's like 20 or 30, and while our stats and levels are low, that's actually a pretty significant difference. So I think for now I'll stick with the extra strength flask. There's a dungeon here that's kind of slightly hidden. That's also one that I missed on my first time through. I actually remember going back for this one because I think one of the legendary weapons or summons or whatever, one of the items that is part of an achievement is in here. So I didn't find it on my first time through and I had to double back and get it later when I was done with the game. I think it's over straight ahead here, kind of hidden behind these pillars or something. Yep, there it is. Kinda cheeky spot to hide on. Easily missed, because like the path naturally leads you upstairs towards the large tree with the fancy stuff on it. So, easy one to miss. We are on Sacred Blade already, so this should be fine. Don't think I need to rest, we just rested a second ago. I think I want this. I don't remember what's in here, but my instinct tells me I want this. I think this might be some sort of talisman. Oh. Another scripture windshield. Oh yeah, it's a crafting recipe. What do we get from this? Rancor port. I don't think I'll be using that at all, but I want all the crafting recipes because that's just the kind of guy that I am. We also just bought 3 stone sword keys for 6k money, so that is fine and we can spend that and that's gonna be good. I should probably get a blue Estus flask since we're actually using Sacred Blade in these tombs. And then I can also use it outside of these tombs as just like a little range poke. I think one of the basic bitch curved swords is actually really hard to get and only drops from the skeletons. I think it might be the scimitar. We've already got the falchion, so it's probably not that one. But I think one of the more basic bitch curved swords, like the falchion or scimitar, are actually exclusive to skeleton drops. I remember reading that when I was looking into curved swords. And that might be wrong, I don't know, but who knows. It's not even a particularly good curved sword or anything. And I don't think it fits their weapon model if it is this one. I think the scimitar is actually fairly like slim in these games anyway. I don't know what it looks like in real life. Bandit's curved sword from dual wielding ones. Yes, that is one I actually heard pretty good things about today when I looked into what people use for soul level 1 runs. There's apparently a duo of curved swords that people use, the Bandit's curved sword and... I forgot the other one, it was also some like longer name, like Sand Raider dumbass thingy. Force Messer, yeah, that also exists. Yeah, maybe that's just a bunch of curved swords from skeletons and I just never know. Do I get away with this? Probably. Yeah. Bonk. Shamshir is cave loot? Huh. Oh wait, no, I don't mean the Shamshir, I mean the scimitar. Did I say Shamshir? My bad. I meant the basic bitch scimitar that you start with as the Vagabond in Dark Souls 1. There. That's how I remember that. Welcome to my brain's way of connecting shit. Whispering to art. Oops, my bad. Yeah, Shamshir, I know where it is too. We're gonna get that soon. That one is really good, I hear. I have only very briefly used it on my Dex character. Turtle might remember seeing it when I was level 38 trying to defeat the boss that is in front of the DLC. Without upgrading the weapon, of course. But with bleed on it, so I was definitely helping. So yeah, I hear that one is pretty good if you actually upgrade it and use it properly. But I haven't really fucked around with it much. He's loading our co-op character too. Yeah, I remember you saying that, or seeing you use that with Sacred Blade or Prayer Strike or something. Something like that. Or Lightning Strike, I think. I remember you buffing that with Lightning maybe when we were fighting the Godskin Apostle. So I think you just buy from the husk. Could also be, yeah. Lightning Strike, very good. I hear Lightning Katanas are actually very good damage. I don't know why specifically Lightning and why specifically Katanas, but I remember seeing a video where someone was like, this is XDD damage for comparatively not that much investment. And I was like, sick. Never ended up actually doing anything with that myself. Prattling Pate, thank you. How about we leave, because I'm out of Sacred Blade. I don't know why I pressed the button anyway. I was looking at it and thinking like, oh, I don't have enough mana to use the thing. Yeah, but it also adds split damage, so I find it weird that that was a thing that was particularly good, you know? And it was from a person that was doing like PvP fairly min-max sort of shit, so they probably know their shit when it comes to that. So maybe there's just a weird sweet spot where the lightning extra damage scaling outdoes the reduced damage from having 2 damage types, if that makes sense. Like if I was phrasing that correctly. Pretty funny chasing. Yeah, he was really going for it. I'm glad we're not experiencing Dark Souls 1 backstabs, because in Dark Souls 1 I probably would have gotten backstabbed when it caught up to me. Flaming Strike of a Wanted Fire. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting Flaming Strike myself, like the Ash of War, because that will be very helpful with all the tree shit and like the hands and all the stuff that's weak to fire. I'm planning to use that as well, if and when I get it. I don't know what boss this is. There's a couple of signs here, so it's probably something slightly spicy. Oh, it's this guy. I am not a fan of these guys. I do not like their design of like, haha, I slice 8 million times and do 1 million damage, but I have no HP. I'm just not a very big fan of these. However, I am currently getting pretty lucky with their swings just like not being that damaging and missing me, and then I got hit with 2 at once and it made me bleed proc immediately and I exploded. Unlucky. So one of the weapons I not got recommended, but I saw recommended a lot, was a Uchigatana with cold infusion. The logic being actually pretty obvious if you think about it for a second. Katana have usually got bleed implicitly into their weapons for some reason, like they just inflict bleed on people by default. And if you apply cold to it as well, then you get freeze procs and bleed procs, which both do percentage-based damage on the enemy, and you can have both of them happen at once. I kinda have a thing like that going with Helpful Herald in the co-op playthrough with Mango, but I don't really get to apply it that much, and I'm using two straight swords to make that more likely. I don't know if we're gonna be hitting consistently frequently enough with a Uchigatana by itself to make use of that, but that is definitely a thing we can consider, and that I'm probably gonna at least give it a try. I did enjoy briefly fucking around with katanas when I recently did that a little bit on the Dex character, so I'm not against the idea of doing more of that. I was way early, but you were very slow. So yeah, it took us 4 hits to kill that guy, but he also only takes like 2 to 3 hits to kill us. And here's the Spirit Ash. This is one of the legendary Spirit Ashes, so I had to come back here on my first character and get that for the achievement though. Flame Strike is also a good general way to apply fire damage, given that there isn't actually a fire infusion spell in the game for some reason. There isn't? Huh. I never noticed. I don't really use like weapon buff spells very much. Using a couple Ashes of War that do that sort of shit now, that Ashes of War are actually kind of good and useful and easy to apply. But actual manual buffs I usually don't like apply to weapons very much. I did a little bit. I had a Dark Souls 3 build that I played a lot, where I was using Moonlight Blade. Oh yeah, that was my Dark Souls 3 character that I was trying to get all achievements on. And Dark Souls 3 has an achievement for... Is it max ranking the Moonlight Sentinels? I forgot what they're called. Blue Moon Knights, guys, idiots, people? Like sure, why not? Those kind of people, the ones that like pop up to fight invaders and are complete shit usually. And the reason that is a thing that I distinctly remember and will never forget is because, first of all, that's already kinda hard to farm because you're intended to be summoned to help people fight off red phantoms. However, if it works at all, which, spoiler alert, it generally doesn't work usually, there's a good chance either you or the people will just die before any actual fighting takes place that you can be involved in at all. So you might just not get your progress item. But thankfully, all of the Souls games, it's kind of a requirement I think for console achievements, all of the achievements need to be attainable offline as well. So in every Souls game where there's a Covenant to rank up, even one that's centered around multiplayer, there is some enemy that you can farm to get the Covenant item as a rare drop. And the rare drop for that thing is fighting Silver Knights in... not Anor Londo. No, it is called Anor Londo in that game, isn't it? So yeah, it's fighting Silver Knights in Anor Londo. So a cube, at some point in his life, spent like 20 hours or something farming Silver Knights for rare drops of these fucking... I think it's tongues that you gather and turn in as a quest item. Because the fucking multiplayer matchmaking mechanic for that was notoriously buggy. Also, I got one shot, whoops. Because I ran into a thingy. I'm feeling really closing. Yeah, you do kind of fall into that muscle memory once you're at the point where you've done it like 800 times. I should never do that to myself again. Yep, I've also never done that again. The thing that pisses me off about that isn't so much that, like, the idea is bad, like, oh, how dare you have, like, a Covenant based around that? No, the idea is okay, and leveling it up through the multiplayer would also be fine, like most of the other PvP Covenants. But, like... like, oh yeah, it was to get all talismans. It wasn't about specifically leveling up the thing, thank you. But yeah, like, the idea isn't the issue. The fact that it literally didn't work reliably was the issue. You could be in that Covenant and have the required item equipped to be summoned for an entire new game cycle and maybe get summoned twice. And then also have to, of course, get the item twice, but you needed like 30 items or something to get the level that you needed. So, it was just like... it simply did not work. It was genuinely almost unplayable. Only to come back. Yeah, exactly. So I never quite know how to deal with this aside from just like sprinting and hoping it works out. But then they do an attack like this and it's a little spicy. Oh well, we'll be fine. Sorry, Art, I'll read that in a second. I'm sure I'm the competent person you're asking for. I just needed to finish my anecdote and need to also not get one shot again because that's a little annoying. I think I can just stand here. I was wrong. Hey, sweet. Once you get otherwise hurt, just better. I literally don't remember what rank it was. I just remember having to farm that for the achievement and being bored out of my fucking gourd. Thanks. Can some competent people explain to me if I'm missing something about the purpose of dual wielding, having two weapons of different groups? Of different groups is mostly a versatility thing. You might use it in PvP, so you might have like a spear and an axe or something, and then you could use the spear as like a quick pokey interrupty sort of device, and then the axe for bigger openings or to like stagger more or actually do combos and damage. PvE doesn't really require that sort of flexibility and versatility, so it's pretty niche to use two different weapon types in PvE. I don't really see much of a reason to ever actually do that, aside from for fun and for style reasons, of course. It is pretty cool sometimes to just like have a sword and a fucking axe or something and like using whatever the fuck you want with that. Using two weapons of the same type allows you to do like double attacks basically, like using like you will do attacks with both weapons at the same time. Let's see if I have something where I can do that. Hey, I have two falchions. Sure, let's try that. So if I press L1 now, I'll do these double attacks. Like, look how my character swings with both weapons, and they will both hit. So this is a good way of like actually hitting multiple times quickly with two of the same weapon type. Some weapons have like specific things going on if they're in your offhand, like some of them buff you in some ways and that sort of shit. So that can also be a thing. But generally you would want to dual wield either for like some weapons have like specific jumping attacks, like this one does 2 hits with both weapons if you do a jumping attack. In base game, if you want to make the game absolutely easy mode, you can use 2 great hammers or great swords or something like that and just do jump attacks with like the double attack, because they do an absurd amount of like posture damage and stagger damage, so you can crumple enemies really quickly and efficiently with it. But yeah, it's if you use 2 weapons of, let's just broadly say, compatible weapon types, they actually work well together, and you can use them to do 2 weapon attacks, like do dual attacks, dual wield them, like you would actual, like 2 weapons that work together. I'm kind of phrasing that poorly, but whatever. And using 2 mismatched weapon types that do not have like specific uses together is a little bit more weird. I saw a build that someone suggested once, or like that was someone was talking about in a thread, where he was using, I think, a dagger or something that had a weapon art where you fire a specific projectile really quickly, and you can like backstab cancel it and all that sort of shit. So you would like shoot this projectile, and then as the enemy closes in, you like hit them with a normal weapon, and then you can like maneuver around using the fake weapon attacks and that sort of stuff. So it kind of develops its own unique little playstyle, and that's cool. But that is definitely the exception. Most of the time using 2 mismatched weapons doesn't really feel particularly relevant. Let me scroll back up and see what you guys were writing while I was rambling and looting shit. Wielding 2 weapons without actually being in dual wield mode. In some cases you might use a particular weapon offhand because it does something relevant, like a quicker tactical... Yeah, exactly what I was talking about as well. There are some rare instances where left-hand L1 can be handy but super nice. Yep, I agree. There are instances where, I remember in the Dark Souls 1 speedrun, in Sense Fortress, there's a place where you want to punch, because it's a very quick attack, one of the snake ladies out of the way that are blocking the staircase. So you'd be running up the staircase, give her a little slap so she moves out of the way, and then you keep running up the stairs. So that would be an instance, I guess, technically, of two weapon combat. So that's pretty good. One intonation is dual wield mode. I swear I had the lack of information in this game. Is so-called power stance. No, power stance is not a thing in this game. Don't let people confuse you by talking about dual wield mode. The moment you put 2 weapons into your hands that work well together, you can genuinely just press the button and like it just works. So like there is no specific mode. Even though I can dual wield these, or I can't use these because I don't have the stats for it, I can still press L1 and you can see how my character swings with all of them. I didn't activate any mode or any transformation, any weird shit. I just put 2 compatible weapons in my hands and then pressing L1. I don't know what the equivalent on mouse and keyboard controls is, by the way, good luck. Just does the thing for you, it works out. I think people like having a parry and dagger to A, parry, and B, have a quick attack in addition to the... Yep, I agree. But what you do requires weapons of the same group, although Ichikatana and Wakizashi can do it too. Yeah, they're both katanas in the game, so it works out. So I don't have any flexibility in dual wield. You used to add power stance with various weapon types like hammers plus axes or whatever. There's probably a couple instances of types not being exactly the same, but generally it's just the same weapon type. There's some very rare exceptions. I think Wakizashi, a small katana can pair with an actual katana with a unique moveset. There you go. Might be the only one. Thought Elden Ring might require only weapons of exactly the same type. Only punch strats in AC6. Neat. I should probably play that game at some point as well. I heard it was pretty good. Wait, I wanted to go somewhere, and instead I just sat back down at the bonfire. But yeah, generally you want to actually do the dual wield attacks. You want to be using weapons of the same type, with some maybe minor exceptions here and there. Otherwise, using mismatched weapons, you just do because you think it looks cool or you think it does something for you that you otherwise wouldn't be getting. So like Turtle said, having a parrying dagger both for parrying as well as being able to do a quick stab. I've seen people use, like I said, spears or thrusting swords in their offhand so they can do quick little pokes for moments where they need that, and then a greatsword or something in their main hand for instances where they just want the big swing for big damage. That's in some instances a little more convenient to just have on the 2 different buttons rather than swapping the weapons. Although swapping weapons is also not that difficult anyway, so it is very niche, just like off the bat, but yeah, it's mostly a thing you can do if you like doing it for funsies, for the most part. Forget about dual wield, and Elden didn't require you to press buttons to activate like with double weapons. Yeah, I have not dual wielded much at all in this game. So my main memory of dual wielding is also, like, Dark Souls 2's power stancing, which was its own thing. So I would also instinctively think, oh, you probably have to do something. But then I tried it one day of like, oh, I'll just put these 2 weapons in my hands, and it immediately just worked. There's no weird power stance you have to activate or anything like that. So it just works in this. Love to enough to stream a bit of it by and by, following mech stuff and feeling like Ace Combat, which I also adore. Yeah, I don't usually go for mech stuff or Ace Combat stuff very much. Funnily enough, I think I played the very first Ace Combat, or Air Combat I think it was called, but I think it's the same series, on PlayStation 1 when I was a kid with my parents. That was kind of cool. But like overall, it's not something I particularly seek out ever for. I have played a bunch of MechWarrior online, but mostly because a friend of mine liked to play it, and I was just like joining in for the multiplayer stuff. Not because I particularly care for mech stuff. But I mean, I don't really care if it's like... I don't care about it in a negative way either, so I'm not saying like, oh, I don't like it, I'll go out of my way to not play it. It's just like not a particular draw for me. But if the gameplay is good, and from what I hear, AC6 gameplay is really good, I'll probably check it out at some point. Same with like Ace Combat. I've also heard pretty good things about Ace Combat, but just never really tried it myself, especially any of the recent stuff. I should grab a physical weapon. There you go. So, time for the Golem of Infinite Health. I hate this game. So this guy, we're in Lanedale right now. I should probably have shown this on the map. We entered a teleporter trap, which is you open a chest and then some weird smoke comes out and you're like, oh shit, and you move out of the way and then nothing happens. Or you just stand there intentionally and get teleported somewhere. That's what I did. And the reason I did that is because it teleports us over here into Lanedale. We can't really do much here. It's just kind of a weird little preview that... Like, the actual purpose of this specifically eludes me a little bit, I'm gonna be honest here. I don't know why you can use the tower apart, or whatever the fuck it's called, to teleport over here. It seems pretty pointless to me. Anyway, the point being that you can go here and you can kill this thing if you're like that kind of guy. However, I recommend not being that kind of guy because this fucker hurts a lot. He has this very spammy attack that he thankfully hasn't done yet. Oops, I didn't think that would hit me. That is the very spammy attack. You have to respect this one. He can randomly turn around while he's doing it, and it does an ass load of damage. So this guy has a nasty habit of just one-shotting you out of nowhere, and he takes forever to kill. We already got like 2 crits on him. We're gonna get another crit right here, and he's gonna need at least 1 more afterwards, probably 2. Yeah, some weapons... Oh, that's sort of dual wielding. That's not you using two... Oh, really? That hit me? I should have just kept cross spamming, my bad. But yeah, that sort of dual wielding is tied to the weapon itself. Like when there's a weapon like the claws or something, if you put them into both hands, you don't like two-hand a single claw because that would be dumb. You instead get like 2 of them and use them as a paired weapon rather than two-handing it. My god, he is gaming. He sort of is, yeah, rightfully. Hope all is well and the wrist is holding up and all that sort of shit. Can't see shit. I really dislike fights like this. I think these are some of my least favorite ones. There's a couple things I don't like about them. One is, it's the sort of enemy type where you can't see what the fuck the enemy is doing. You just kind of look at their feet and have to hit them a bunch, so... Very cool. Just keep swinging and hope it works. Yeah, we got 2 crumbles this time. Last time I did basically the same setup and we didn't get another crumble, so maybe the bar actually does increase or something. But like, you can't really see what the fucking enemy is doing. The way you fight it is very repetitive and monotonous. Like, you just do this. Yeah, we can stagger lock him. Why did that not work the other time? Thought I did the same thing. Let's hope we don't get launched off the map here. Oh, Art, he's not playing 5 against the bully. He's playing Pile of Exile. But yeah, good luck. Tilted in VR. I am sorry to hear that. Did you play a spicy, scary game again? Anyway, so if you're an idiot like me and you actually kill this fucker instead of just opening the chest and leaving, then you get absolutely nothing, congratulations, and then you can just open the chest in peace and you can just leave again. I think all claws, fists, and double swords are naturally paired weapons. Yeah, the thing is, some of the double swords don't scream double swords at me, I think. Like, I don't always look at them and go like, oh, this is a double sword, but maybe I'm also not paying enough attention sometimes. It's more creepy than scary, but yeah. But yeah, so we're right here, right now. We're up here in Lanedale on the Divine Bridge, for some reason. Again, I don't really know what the purpose is of having, like, this watchtower teleport you all the way here. But it does, so here we are. We had one more dungeon that I didn't do yet, this one down here. We just jump off the Saints Bridge, I think. Oh, do you mean specifically to my I see, my bad. It's annoying ass flying anomalies that zap you, and they also turn invisible that made me push into 5 guys and I just got blasted. F. Plus the strain curves, that's what I actually double weapons, yeah. Yeah, because those also exist, but really. Alright, no worries, all good. Is there something on this side? I think there's nothing here, I think we just go straight north to the dungeon. I say not actually doing that because my lack of memory and my curiosity are getting the better of me. Anyway, let's go straight north and go to the dungeon. This is the one that has the Shamshire in it, since we were talking about that earlier. I remember that I haven't done this yet. This is a bit of a weird location, I should show this because it's interesting. There's a little campsite up here with no one in it. I think there's a corpse with something not super interesting, but like just a little bit of environmental detail that doesn't really lead to much of anything. I think it's like here, yeah. Stuck on trees. Turtleneck meat. Don't give up, I agree, poor guy. And over there you can also go up a little ramp and there's absolutely nothing if I recall correctly, so it's just a bit weird. Ah, we have our lantern now. Let me go and change that right away. Poof. Light. Light. Wee plop. Wolves. Oh yeah, this room. I think there's some more hidden around the corner. Yeah, there you go. I remember being ambushed here and being like, oh fuck, wolves. This dungeon is slightly interesting because even though it's a cave, which are usually the most basic bitch type of dungeon you can find, this actually develops a little bit further. As we go down here, there's a bit more of it, and it becomes a little ruin that you explore, which is neat. Not much of a gimmick to it, aside from this like long fall section that happens twice in a row, but still alright. I think this path is dead end first. Nope, I was wrong, my bad. I lied. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Wow, moss. No, oh, wait, I already read that, my bad. I was about to read your message again. Wasting my time. Bonk. Wait. Wasn't there more? Maybe not. I'm hallucinating. It's normal. Is this the path with the dead end first then? Oh, I think these just link up anyway. But this was the one with the bonus loot, so I think we're good. Let's jump down here and bend this man. This is the stronger wolf, the alpha or whatever. This guy is just watching me kill his alpha. It's like, yeah, fuck that guy. Guess he was just waiting in ambush, waiting for me to take like one further step so he can jump in. Using lock-on with a bit of a light source actually is very handy to help you spot enemies that you might otherwise not see. Pro tip. Oh, this guy sneaking. What a guy. Alright, and we're back by the room where we split paths. Very good. Speaking of, that's something that the game doesn't really ever mention, but makes actual sense if you think about it. Your lock-on distance, like the distance at which you can lock on, is in some areas severely diminished if you don't have a light source. That there isn't really a clear or easy way to tell, in my opinion, but through experience you can tell that in some areas locking on to enemies is really difficult, and like your lock-on keeps breaking and sometimes enemies fly through the ceiling and it's awful, and then in other areas that doesn't happen. But no, it also, like, the lock-on stuff is weirdly tied to your light sources. If you don't have a torch out or if you don't have the lantern active, you sometimes will have enemies just constantly leaving your lock-on and being really irritating, even though you could easily avoid that if you happen to know about that mechanic. You had happened to figure that shit out, oops. Sometimes wish lock-on didn't go as far as it does, yeah. It's worst of both worlds, sometimes it's too long, sometimes it's too short. Auto time. It decides it really wants to lock onto the man with country mile in the distance rather than go directly in front of me. Yep, I am in agreement. Golden rune! Oh my god! Has the number 4 on it as well. Treasure. I think we jump here, right? Goodbye that guy. You equip spells, huh? I don't think I've ever heard that or noticed that or heard about that rather, or noticed that myself. Interesting. That could also be, yeah, maybe. It would also make sense that the game like is considering, hey, you have like long range shot, so you might want to be able to target people further away. Oh my god, an octopus. So these guys are super weird. You can cut off their tentacles and they go ow, 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 and then you hit them again, and then they usually immediately crumple. And then you get the fucking crit on them. And then you can like keep hitting them, which usually crumples them, or if you can't crumple them, you just like give them a second. Okay, that was a bit mean, that was the worst thing you could have done. But usually if you just give them a second, they will regrow their arm. And you just like cut it off again, and then they go ow again. So you just keep doing that, and they are mega free. I've seen people really struggle with these, and I never got that myself. I figured out the whole, hey, you can cut off their arms thing pretty early, and I did notice that they will just regrow, and then you can just immediately cut them off again, and it will keep basically stagger locking them, and I never had trouble with them. So I don't mind them one bit usually. Cheeky little jump here, behind the waterfall is the boss. Or rather, there's a cave and then the boss. I forgot what the boss is. Is it one of the beastmen of Mazula? Because it takes a lot of damage? I mean, it took 100... Oh no, it's a golem, right? It took 100 damage per swing, but that's pretty much my normal damage. I think it's just that their body takes so little damage that it seems like it takes extra damage. Or rather, like, it takes extra damage as in, like, that's where you're supposed to hit it, but it's not gonna... Oops. Make the thing, like, die really fast. But, like, getting repeated crits and crumpling them a lot of the time is pretty good. Tends to work out pretty well. Frost. I should not have committed to that. I might get lucky he does the dumb thing. I don't like that attack. The fucking rock spray that it does at the end of it is a little difficult to avoid sometimes. Not gonna go for the crits, just gonna finish you off. We get the Blue Dancer Charm. Now this one is a bit weird. Blue Dancer Charm increases your damage based on what your equipment load is. So the lower your equipment load, the more extra damage you get. But, in my limited experience and in my opinion, the damage increase is pretty minor. Like, let's give this a try. Let's equip something that we can wear even without the stats buff. What weapon were we using? The club, right? Yeah. So we strip completely naked. Our damage right now is 121. That's not literally true. I have the Scar Seal equipped. So we have 114. So completely naked with a Blue Dancer Charm, we go to 130. If we start putting on any equipment, like a shield or something, our damage starts going down immediately. So like... The idea is cool. The Flint's Ring in Dark Souls 2 does the same, and does it just a little bit better, I reckon. But, like, the execution in this game feels a little weird in that regard. Just the whole, hey, good luck. We can actually wield the Shamshir. Might be worth considering using that in the long run. So, basically, I don't really think the Blue Dancer Charm is particularly good or particularly worth it in this game. Which is a shame, because I do like the concept. I don't think they flinch very quickly if you don't hit them in the beak, but if you don't get that and they go into their rushing flurry of strikes, you can put on the back foot. Yeah, I agree. But I think trying to hit them on the beak very often cuts off their arms, and then you can start hitting them on the beak pretty easily. And like, maybe it's just because I'm a hammer main in Monster Hunter, but my instinct is usually, oh, I'll go for head. And it's funny I say that because I don't fight dragons in this game by going for it, because that's actually tedious and hard to hit. So maybe I'm just talking shit, but for me, like, hitting them in the beak felt very, like, oh, I cut off their arm, he's staggered now, let me hit him in the beak, oh wow, he's already crumpled, cool, and then I just repeat that until they die. I think a lot of the fights here is about stagger locking. It's an option, basically. It doesn't have to be. Some weapons are much better at causing that sort of shit. Some enemies are kind of tailor-made or designed for that. And, I mean, also it depends. For most of the normal basic bitch enemies, they're not intended to be long, drawn-out epic fights. So it makes sense for them to just get run over. The way the game is very punishing in general also means that if you start getting run over, you kind of die really quickly, even to basic bitch enemies. So, like, fighting weak enemies usually ends with you dying quickly or them dying quickly. And I think most of the boss fights aren't quite like that unless you're trying to provoke it. So, like, most of the meaningful fights usually don't feel like they're that much about stagger locking. Got a brass shield, we can't use it, but still kind of funny that we got that after having finally attained our probably long-term sword of shield. Oh, I should be careful. I don't really need to kill these spear guys. I do want to kill some of the sword guys because they can drop a straight sword that I'm tempted to use a little bit. Like this guy could drop me his sword, he was nice. He did not, what a guy. But yeah, so some enemies, like the giant land octopi, I think they are basically tailor-made to just die in a variety, or like in a set of crumples, because like it's so easy to even accidentally cut off their arms and then they start flailing and then you hit them and then they're like, oh shit, and then they just kind of die. But a lot of the enemies also don't. Like when we were fighting the various trolls, for example, we weren't exactly stagger locking them, we were hitting their legs repeatedly. The giant golem on the bridge was an exception to that, because we happened to have a setup where we could easily stagger him repeatedly. But it's also not the sort of fight where you're meant to be doing that many times. Usually when you reach that point where an enemy crumples, you've kind of won the fight. Like that's usually the point where the game goes like, okay, you've got him. You do like a large amount of burst damage, or even just like wail on them a little bit for some extra damage in general. And you like usually kind of conclude with that, rather than chaining that repeatedly. It does happen though. It's also kind of like in Monster Hunter, how like when you watch people doing time attacks, or generally they know what they're doing very well, you will often see them have like scripted out sort of strategies where they do enough damage to the weak spot of like this monster and then it like topples over and then they do more damage and then their last hit comes in just as the monster finished recovering, so it immediately like flinches and then you can do more and like you can keep repeating and chaining that to ideally lock it into various flinching and staggering animations until it dies all the way. So like it's the same here sometimes, where if the fight is going really well, you're in full control and you know exactly what you're doing, you can make enemies oftentimes not be able to really fight back that much. But for normal gameplay, it's really not that common of a thing, unless you happen to have your build lined up for that perfectly. I didn't know the store opened before I do the thing. Neat. I forgot.
Then you would do stand if those were follow the guy do so, and you. One as a true I have high on cities. No. Wait.
Shut up, Gideon. No one likes you. What do I want to buy? Let's buy these just for fun of these. You are completely right, the scimitar is right here. Neat. So I'm mostly not shopping, or I'm not shopping because I want to use all this shit, although some of these items I might end up using at some point. I'm mostly shopping because I have a bunch of souls and I can't spend them on level up, so I may as well send them somewhere. I have nothing with blood ones, but I have multiple stagger triggers. Yeah. Oh boy, that was a thing. Big Amelia's limbs. Yeah, another really obvious example of that, where it's probably also the designed way of fighting it, is the Dark Beast of Parl, where it has the various like leg crumple, head crumple, another leg crumple, arm crumple, and then like it keeps falling over flood. And on the flip side, if you don't get those staggers and don't get those crumples, you will often just get completely destroyed, because that thing destroys your frame rate and is also sometimes a bit of a mess to avoid in general. What are we using for the fight against Margit? I think we'll just stick with the Claymore, honestly. Don't think we'll be doing much blocking. Can we hit light load maybe with a tiny bit of effort? That would be a lot of effort. I don't think that's worth trying to go for. Let's do medium load then. Sure, why not? I'm actually not that good against this guy. He does tend to give me a little bit of trouble here and there. Although I have recently fought him in like fairly weak gear and fairly early in the game, so I might do okay. Having gotten a little bit more practice than normal. But the same. I wouldn't be surprised if this takes me a couple tries. Oh, I couldn't roll there in time, damn. That's crazy. That's not the very fast attack you're doing. Oh.
Thou art of passing skill.
Thank you.
Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins.
Yeah. I rolled way early, but we got away with it. Let's go. I was gonna say, surprised we didn't crumple him yet. There was a couple jump attacks in there and just a lot of hits in not super slow succession, so... Thrust. 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 Do I also get the crit? No, slightly too late. I was gonna say that would be insane. I might still die here. I couldn't roll there for a bit, that was weird. I was probably like stepping onto these little broken pillars or something and it made me airborne for a tiny second because I was pressing roll twice there and I couldn't roll. Weird. Hold on. An upgraded Claymore with pretty much base stats doing good work, close game. Hell yeah. Right, so let's see how much of a chunk we can take out of Stormville today. I don't think we'll be able to clear all of this in one day, as in like in the rest of the session. With a full day it's definitely possible, but we're already kinda deep. Why does my camera speed sometimes feel so slow? Like, look, this side turns pretty fast, and look how slow this is right now. I'm fully moving the stick to the side. That happened earlier in another fight where I was like, why is my camera so slow after the weird lock-on shenanigans? Huh. Interesting. Don't think I've ever noticed that before. Maybe my controller is breaking, actually. That would be unfortunate. Although I'm usually inclined to assume it's just the game being weird. I don't think there's anything else down here, is there? Oh, there's a Trina's Lily. May as well do some sleep imbibing. I was checking the USB game controller thing in Windows to see if the stick is doing where it should. Yeah, I'll probably check that out in a, at another time. Is it breaking state since Monster Hunter World? I thankfully don't usually have that many issues with my controller.
The gods, you breach the... Your I
So, fun fact about this guy actually stalks you through the area, and I heard something interesting the other day that we'll probably end up finding out. If I at some point die, try to make sure how many, or try to remember how many, or check how many souls I have as I die. Because I have heard, and I'm inclined to believe it, that this guy actually steals some of your souls as you die, which is super neat. I have never noticed that myself, but I've read about it and I was like, that is kinda cool that he does that. Not cool of him, of course, but like, he does actually take some of your money when you die. Ow, I was not paying attention, sorry, Mr. Chicken. I'll take care of you right away. Thought it was a bug. Yeah, I did not notice that. I went through here dozens of times and never noticed it. Because I never die! No, I just don't really pay attention to missiles so much. Aw. Hello there. Ooh, that hit you, that's scary. Yeah. Me hitting him there with that weird jump attack was actually pretty spicy because it made him reset his attack animation and allowed him to attack sooner than he would normally be able to. But then we barely survived on a pixel, so it was fine. Notice when I was saying the tree snake things, I thought it was specifically that. Constantly template, you could get them back by killing him, you can't. Yeah. He has a couple locations where he stalks you here, like where you can find him hanging out. I know one of them. I'll go meet him there just to show it off, because it's kind of a weird little, neat little niche thing that not everybody knows about. And I like showing those. Spots 1 and 2 to work with, never spot 3. Yeah, I swear I've seen him in one of the spots that I'd heard about, but I can never make it happen again. I don't know if it like broke in some patch and they managed to never fix it since then, but... Like in that hallway with all the explodey boys? Oh fuck. Oof. Fucking poultry. In that hallway with all the explodey boys, I want to swear up and down that I had him cower in one of the corners there at some point. I have never been able to make that happen ever again, regardless of whether I died in that area or not. I don't know how I made that happen, but I am confident I have seen him there before. And I don't know what I did to make that happen. One glorious thing I have to mention, I will now call the animated hands on Leonia fingies in extremely excited voice. Yeah. Fandango is a weird man. That being said, it is actually pretty funny. I said that in this stream when he was going through Karia Manor. But like, my first time going through Karia Manor was like... hell. I was doing that before before I did Royal Lucaria, and I was fairly poorly equipped, I was fairly weak. And the large hands were so fucking strong, they absolutely destroyed me. That even the small hands were kind of annoying, but the large hands were a massive chore, a massive pain in the ass to fight every single time. I didn't have a fire weapon, and I also didn't have a... I didn't know that you can stagger them pretty easily if you get behind them, but I wouldn't have even been able to get consistently behind them anyway, because their moveset was also really difficult for me to just like wrap my head around. So I was struggling in Karia Manor the first time through. That was genuinely a place where, like, I was talking about it with Zorolis as well, and he was having a similar experience, and we were like, man, this place is fucking awful, get me the fuck out of here, this is like nightmare zone. I do not want to be here. And then Bango goes in there and he's just like, oh yeah, the fingies, oh this is nice, and he's just like strolling through, having a good time, and I'm just like, yeah, that is a very different experience to my first time through that place, goddamn. Large hands are one of those, if you don't get the first hit enemies I was thinking of, yeah. Having a lot more experience with the game now, they're actually not that bad. I will say, but like that's also a little dumb, because like obviously it's easy to say that if you have a lot more experience with the game and know much better what you're doing compared to your first time through and shit, so like it's kinda redundant to say that, but I do think they're not actually that bad if you like manage to calm down and look at their moveset and like look for your openings and try to fight them like normally and like respect them and all that sort of shit. Then they're generally mostly fine, but like they are, if you're encountering for the first time, definitely something. Unless you're Bango and you're just excited about the fingies. Multi-attack string where they lunge forward with half their fingers 4 times as rough to dodge out of. Yeah. Oh, hey, sorry. Ladder combat, wee. I also remember having a lot of trouble dodging their stun projectile. I don't know why, because these days I find their stun projectile super easy to dodge. So I don't know if it got nerfed or if I just got good, which I guess that second one is a slight bit more likely, but like... I remember that giving me a lot of trouble, and it's not giving me any trouble right now. Look at jump attacks being just OP as fuck. Goodbye, Banish Knight. Actually, he's technically alive, but not for long. Poor guy. So yeah, he just trapped us in this room, like the guy that we were talking about that also steals your shit. And I think when you go in here and he goes he actually also, yeah, the camera always bugs out when you open this door. That is consistent. But like, he's supposed to be around here somewhere, I think. And I swear I've seen him cower in one of these corners here somewhere and just be like, oh, hi, nice to meet you here, what a coincidence, sort of thing. But I think if we go back now, he's actually out here and hanging out across the little gulch by this tower. Yeah, that's where he is. He's up there by that tower. He's sitting right there. We can go talk to him and actually get to buy shit from him. Never knew about this one. Yeah, that's like how this game works, I guess, man. You just like, you know a lot of it and you read up on a lot of it and then you just don't know all the things. And like, same for me, like, oh yeah, I think this is a thing I've heard about, but like, I haven't seen it myself. And then like, oh, I never knew about this one. Hello.
Oh, you. Oh, great. I'm glad you're here.
Oh, you know?
A small reward. I was saving it for you.
Oh my god, epic loot.
Please, it's all yours.
Hey, Grace Mimic, thank you.
Good. Now let's be on our way, shall we? Wouldn't want the guards to spot you.
Wouldn't want that, would we?
Not a lot happening.
Can't buy shit from him yet? Oh, it's only like next stage then maybe. I think he turns into a merchant fairly early. But, actually spawns if you got the ladder. Neat. But yeah, I'll probably not look for him further. In, like, looking at it just, like, in an abstract, it is a bit mean that for the first major dungeon in the early section, you have a guy that steals part of your money whenever you die. Like, I don't care, I don't mind, I don't really give a shit about souls, but I think for a lot of people, especially newer ones, the idea of like, oh, by the way, every time you die, you lose 20% of your souls, or whatever you guys are saying, that's probably gonna make a lot of people very unhappy. Commoner's shoes, nice. I am very common, so it suits me well. Aww. Destroyed by the wall, unfortunate. Hello, guy crossbow. Not sure why you didn't just fire him. Fuck him. Yeah, I mean... There's a thing that I think happens with a lot of people when they're first playing these games. People obsess about the small shit. They obsess about, oh, my souls, or like, oh, my damage numbers, or whatever. Oh, my upgrade level, all that sort of shit. It is just not that big a deal, man. Like, don't worry about it. Souls are easy come, easy go. So yeah, it is a bit mean. I'll give it that. Like, it is pretty mean that he just steals your shit. He probably shouldn't do that. It's not nice of him. But at the same time, man, who cares, dude? Just, like, spend your souls whenever you rest and move on with life. You're gonna be fine. So, we're pickled Foulfoot. I actually don't remember where the ring for that is. Hey, I did say spend them when you rest at a grace, so don't push that one on me. I did say spend them when you have the opportunity, or something to that degree. But in general, yeah, just chill. Same with, like, Yuki being upset about you upgrading a variety of weapons instead of just the ones you want to focus on or whatever. It's just like, man, just go nuts. Have fun with it. I hydrate regularly, very good, you should. Especially in this fucking heat these days. Yeah, the co-op mod is definitely not helping with that, because you actually disincentivize from resting in the co-op mode. In normal game, you actually don't really... There's very rarely an instance where it's a bad idea to rest, or where you would lose progress or whatever, so... I think for normal situations, it's just like, may as well quickly have a rest whenever you pop one. To the extent that I'm now worried about my character accidentally getting leveled up when I autopilot in some sleepy moment and go to the level up menu and spend a bunch of souls on health or something and then go, oh shit, goodbye level 1 character. Can't wait for that to happen, I'll be so excited. Hi, guy. Nice shield. Ow. One thing that's fascinating, I saw a video the other day of fighting game legend Daigo Umehara playing Elden Ring. And one thing that's really funny about it, he was in one of the crystal tunnels, like one of those caves. And there was a ledge where you have to, like, you balance across a beam, basically. There's a large chasm that you cross while, like, going across one of the wooden beams there. And he did the thing that everyone does when they first play a Souls game, which is like, very careful, okay, let me make sure I have exactly the right, careful, careful, let me not step too far, okay, let me realign, yeah, just very gently. He was like crawling across that thing, terrified of falling off, basically. And it's really funny because that's what everyone does when they first start playing these games. I remember doing the exact same thing in Dark Souls when, like, you're in any area where you have to, like, go across a certain little beam or, like, eat closer to a ledge or something. Oh fuck, I'm dead. I was autopiloting too much. Like, that is such a common... Oh yeah, we have 38,967. I remember to check out my thing. That's actually an interesting number. And, like, if you've played these games for a while, and especially Elden Ring being so generous and so comfy with its, like, parkour, and you're just like, yeah, we'll just, like, run across over here, and you just jump. It's fine. Like, it's actually not nearly as difficult or as precise or as tight as you might think, and, like, you just kind of go for it, eventually. Like, most people just, like... eventually chill the fuck out and just run, and it's fine. Yeah, I knew there's a guy over here. I aggroed you somehow earlier. That was the crossbow guy from earlier. Fear of the unknown, and unknown is how slippery the platform is. Yeah. I mean, you're definitely also in that sort of region where you're like, oh, parkour in Souls games is so ass, and I'm like, man, you guys just need to chill the fuck out. What the fuck? It's not that bad. Not good, mind, especially the fact that, like, oh, you need to sprint and then press the same button to jump. That's a fucking awful system. Please do not do that one ever again, FromSoft. Thank you. But, like, in general, it's usually not that bad. You can usually trust the game, and often going fast is actually better than going slow, because going slow has a much higher risk of you sliding off. Because, like, it gives the platforms more time to, for lack of a better term, be slippery. So just like going for it. It doesn't have to be sprinting, but like moving normally is actually a little safer, I feel like. Wow, that really took a lot of our money, huh? We went from like 38,900 something down to 28,000. He stole a third of our soul. Not quite, but like almost a fourth of our soul, or almost a third of our souls, rather. That's crazy. What a dickhead. I think there's a couple minor things you can pick up here, but we can also grab them later. I think we'll just focus on the slightly more relevant stuff over here. This is the route I usually take to get to here. Jump down here, grab a stone sword key, and here's Mr. Chicken, which is not my friend. I hate these ones with the fucking fire as well. Get rolled. Thank you, Gravity. Then we get a gesture. dozing cross-legged instead of just sitting cross-legged. We're getting so multifaceted, it's crazy. All the things we can do. I want to say there's a thing over here. Like, going up here. I think this is probably, if I'm correct... Is it not here? Is it in a different spot? No, it's up here. This might be one of the least looted items in the game, I presume. It's not very important, but I don't think many people know about this one. You can also get to here from above if you look down on the right spot. That's how I first found it. But I reckon this one is pretty rare. Also, whenever you go around the fucking corners on these towers, the camera fucking hates you, and I don't know why it does that, but it is consistent, so just every time you're just like, you just gotta be careful, just like, gotta be ready to slow down and manually have to adjust the camera sometimes. I got shot in the head, unfortunate. Ow, dickhead, I was enjoying my battle scars. Poke. Schlap. Yeah, that is pretty spot on. Good shot, guy. Chickens. I should have done the other attack, I would have probably hit a couple more. Claw Talisman. Also, by the way, you can make this jump. I don't know why. I mean, as in, like, there's no purpose to it. There's nothing here. But you can make this jump. I find it interesting that a lot of people don't try. It was one of the first things I immediately tried when I found this. It's like, oh, there's more. This must be a secret. No, there's nothing. You just move on with life. Bit of a shame with such a life in the zone. Bunch of feathers for crafting. True. Unless you let them all get away like I did for the most part. Profound sadness. So I was watching a guy, I actually can't show this off very well from here. I was watching a guy play this for the first time, and there's a tree over there. They got it into their heads that one of the secret paths here must be to jump from this little roof up there, down onto this tree that we can barely see the trunk of, and then into a window over there. That must be the intended route for the side path. They managed, because this game is pretty sick, but it's not the intended side path. I don't know what the fuck he was cooking. Oh, look at me cleanly jumping over that with great intent, definitely. Oh, that reached. Spacing not on point, unlucky. Soup. Boing. Aren't jumping attacks fun? What a fun way to shake up the meta. Speaking of, we have an empty talisman slot. Let's put in some stamina recovery. We got this when we killed Margaret. I have just not gotten around to actually using it. Aha, I got jumped over, idiot. We flop. Hi, guy. Oh, you staggered? Wow, you were in the middle of an attack as well. How the fuck did I just stagger you in the normal R1? That's crazy. This one is a little bit dicey. Let's YOLO this. I have two strategies for this. One is either to lure it out and play it safe, or the other is to YOLO. We YOLO it and we fucking are getting completely shafted. This was a terrible play. I'm leaving by him. So you either bum rush the guy around the right corner and try to kill him before his buddy shows up, or you just wait for his buddy to show up and then you can fight his buddy alone while guy around the corner is still hanging out. See, we're almost done with this guy now. Please die, thank you. Shield, please? Oh, shame. Their shield was actually one of the ones that I was considering, because that's also a rare shield that you don't see every day, and it's pretty good. But it's comparatively a lot heavier. Storm Stomp is so hard to deal with. Let us go. Ooh, we got the crit as well after the jump attack, interesting. But I'd have to reset my state. No item, no item. Mount certain. I think there's some arrows over on the corpse to the left here. One further. Yes, one further. I don't know why I specifically remember these arrows being arrows. But they are, and you know this now, as do I. You said shield out in the corp run mostly because, oh, need to rare drop. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, especially for medium shields in this game, I feel like that's the perfect way of approaching it. Like, oh, which shield should I be using? Well, I mean, they're all pretty much the same. Like, the good medium shields all are pretty much the same. They work pretty similarly. Minor stat differences that usually don't actually matter all that much, so it's mostly about fashion and which ones you get to come across. Early breast shield drop, may as well play that for a bit. Find a weird rare one that other people don't usually see very much, may as well use that one. Yeah, I mean, it's not the only way of dealing with them, it's just like I happen to be using a greatsword, and specifically greatswords are really good for jumping attacks. But like, I mean, a lot of things are good for jumping attacks, so it's just jumping attacks are really good, and it's easy and mindless, so I can just do that without really having to try very hard and kind of just focus on rambling. He's actually standing there throwing a fire pot, the actual champion. If it's not quite coming through correctly, I am not a fan of what they did with jumping attacks in this game. It seems like a cool idea, like, oh, you can jump in this game, so of course you have jumping attacks. And yeah, that is the natural way for that to go. But I think the fact that it's such a flexible and really fucking powerful move is more of a like problem than it is a help, because it's just a little too much. The way it does infinite stagger damage is you crumble shit so quickly. You get so many criticals with it. They also do really large amounts of damage. They make attack speed kind of irrelevant. You'd think like, oh, if you're dual wielding great weapons or colossal weapons or something, your attack speed would be shit. But it isn't, because you just do a jump attack and then you just roll, and the damage and the damage is gonna be insane, and the attack speed is basically the same as almost any other jumping attack. So you get to do really good damage. You also get to be sort of mobile with jumping, because like it's jumping. Who knew? And you also fucking get to, like, have invincibility on it, because it has lower body invincibility while jumping. So it's also pretty good, like, I don't know. Knowing of this mechanic, which mechanic of jump attacking? It's in the tutorial. Not saying, like, the tutorial is perfect and is a great way of teaching people all they need to know about the video game. It's actually not that great in my opinion. But technically, it is shown to you in the tutorial with its intended purpose of being a guard break. Anyway, time for chickens. Do I have something to throw at them to make this a little more comfy? I do. We picked up a bunch of stuff. Let's throw some kukri. Whee! That's some good damage. That's a miss. Warhawk's Talon. Not sure if I've ever got that one. Huh. It's a straight sword. Neat. You can't use it on this character, but still, neat. Also, I mean, the idea of like, hey, you have a jump and you have a heavy attack button, let me try what happens if I jump and press the heavy attack button is pretty basic as far as like what an obtuse game mechanic is concerned. Like, I don't think that's a lot to try out. Yeah, it does look very fancy with the weird little, like, I mean, maybe holes in it is the wrong way of phrasing it, but you know what I mean. Oh. Fuck. Oh, I ran out of stamina. Ooh, that didn't hit either. I'm in trouble, maybe? I got lucky. Could have got there. We'll do that in a second. Let's go here first and finish off this path so we don't have to do this again. Oh my god, loot! How unsuspicious. A tiny bit of loot in a large pile of explosive barrels. Nothing bad will happen if I go there and explore it. Anyway, so here's a secret that I definitely did not find on my first time through, because this felt too deep for me on my first time through. It is not though, you can actually jump pretty deep in this game and not die, or not even take damage. There you go, here, there's an item over here. Go a little deeper, and then we go even deeper. Let's not step there just yet. Is there anything over here? No, there isn't. Do I have my shield on me? I do not. Let's put my shield on. Need my parrying implement. Wait, isn't this the one that crumbles? Oops. No way we go down here. We go to the left, right? Yeah, yeah. This is the one that crumples. Boom. Oh, right. Just wondering where damage went. Damage went the way of you can't one-hand this weapon, unlucky. That's gonna be annoying with my parrying as well. Oh, we'll deal with it somehow. So then there's just a Crucible Knight hanging out here, which is a little annoying. Wait, what? Oh, it has no skill. I can't parry with this thing. Unlucky. Well, let me try to bait something. Actually, I can probably leave. Do bushes negate fall damage? No, sweet summer child, they do not. Fall damage is negated by jumping onto a thing that the game has decided this will crumble under you and make you fall infinite distance, but you'll be fine because we've decided that this is meant to be the thing that happens right here. So no, there is no logic to that aside from plot deciding, no, this fall, it's fine, don't worry about it. I guess you could make the argument about bushes in this specific instance, but there are instances later on where there are no bushes that will break your fall, so no, it's a cool idea that you think it might be the bushes. It is not the bushes, it is the devs saying, oh, this one, you can jump down here, that's fine. Basically, any time the floor crumbles like that is an instance where you don't take fall damage. Unless the fall outright kills you because, like, it fell into a bottomless pit or something. But, like, that sort of instance will always be fine. This guy is not doing normal attacks, there we go, thank you, buddy. Please, sir. Oops, I fucked up. Makes no sense the first time you fall down them too. Yeah. I mean, there's the one in the Divine Tower that Bango did in Caelid, where you fall onto a bit of rock, like stone coffin bridge thingy, which then crumples and you fall another very lethal fucking distance. And your character's just like, alright, sure, I'll be fine, this is cool. I'm okay with this. And it does not make a lot of sense, I don't like that one very much. Let's try this one. Probably doesn't do extra crit damage, but maybe we can get a bleed probe. Let's see if we can run through here, I don't feel like fighting all the chickens again. I don't like fighting the chickens. No, I slid a bit too far. Oh, gaming. That was a good emote for what happened there. Thank you, camera, for wiggling a bit. Nice I put on the sad thing that visually breaks your fall the first time isn't there anymore, yep. Just gotta trust the process. Horse lands in a tree, I move it off the tree, and the extra 2 feet continuous fall, we collectively just implode. Yep. I've shown you that clip of me dying before, where I land and then take a step and then die. We've had a similar thing happen earlier today as well, where I fall and I'm like, oh, I didn't die, and then my character decided, oh, no, actually you're right, I did die. And then I died. That's a little bit awkward. The game basically, mechanically, if I recall correctly, has 2 states for the floor. One is like safe ground and the other is like unsteady ground or unsafe ground or something. And it saves your last known location on safe ground and compares it to your next known location on, like, unsafe ground or something, I presume. It also uses, like, I'm maybe just mixing that up with another system, because it also uses that system for the autosaves and for where your souls are when you respawn. So I think that's kind of what happens, that, like, I landed on a spot that isn't considered, like, steady ground, and then I go onto the area that is called considered steady ground, and then the game goes, okay, this was the total fall, good luck. But that's just me musing about how it might work, I don't actually know. I don't like that I couldn't see much there. Should probably turn on my lantern, it was actually pretty dark in this corner. I'm gonna get hit for turning on my lantern, feels bad. Please do something a little easier to avoid, thank you, it's stressing me out. Thank you. Why are we doing this now? I didn't damage you, why are you face transitioning? Goodbye. He did sadly not fall to his death, there's a little dodge. I don't think they can in this game. A lot of the enemy attacks are like programmed to make them not fall off basically. Especially in instances like this. Margit is a really good example of that, the first boss that we already fought. That area is actually fairly narrow, and a lot of his moves look like they should make him jump off or fall off, especially when he just jumps backwards to build distance. But he will never do that, there's an invisible wall for him, so he can't like fall off. Oops, I almost died. Yeah. Almost died again. That was very fortunate, thank you again. Ah, that was my chance to not be dead. There we go. Okay, I really gotta land these fucking parries now. Please don't do anything too mean to me. I, for some reason, pressed back hop instead of parry. I would have had that. I had the right timing. I just, for some reason, pressed circle instead of parry. Unlucky. Goodbye, delicious money. Ugh. I don't like fighting that guy down there because the terrain is so ass. When you fought the first one in the Ever Jail, the terrain is nice, open, flat, even. You can just fight there and it's fun and safe and fine. But like the terrain over here is so narrow and limited, it makes fighting them a real chore. Let me turn on my lantern early this time. There, for example, I think my first little bit of a landing there did not count as having broken my fall officially, because I don't think I landed on quote-unquote proper ground. So if the second step of that was deeper, I might have taken fall damage or just straight up dead. Hey, guy! I messed up. Don't get the heal for free there, huh? I rolled into the shockwave. I keep doing that sometimes whenever I want to actually fall back. Oh. Oh no, all of our souls are gone that we were going to be using to... maybe Gastok or whatever his name is can go feed his family now. But he probably has. I think going on the right here is actually the easiest path then. For that first jump. Alright, let's please kill this guy this time, because I don't want to sit here all day fighting this idiot. We'll try and get Godric to feed him for once. Yeah. Hey Godric, look, I have all these souls. Like, fuck you, unfit souls even for grafting. Just kills him. Close, cut, cannon, that helped me, I'm starving. Yeah. Yeah. I should not try to parry that. I don't actually know the timing for that. That one feels awkward. Damn it. I didn't need to take that risk, especially after I took damage before, but I'm getting impatient and I'm being lazy. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Where do you get the buckler again? I think you buy that from a merchant somewhere. Maybe I should get the buckler to make these parries a little easier. Medium shield is like, what, 2 frames? And for fights like this, I'm basically just parrying. This is Ghost Dog, I say, fair enough. Ah, I'm bad. Okay, got the follow-up on. Because you kept doing normal swings, very nice. So I want to heal here, but I can't, as we just learned. It was kinda hard to see with the foliage in the way. I'll only do one attack just to play it safe. Oh, that's a little annoying. I should have parried though, that was a good opportunity. I am too slow for those. I'm not used to seeing him do those raw, like without doing a swing or some sort of setup first. Like the tail swipes. No, no. Uh-oh. Low stamina, that was spicy. I can hardly see what you're doing in the bush, you deviant. I think I'm gonna run away and heal. Maybe I can kite him to where there isn't so much foliage in the way. I don't want to fight on this cliff, so I guess we'll fight over here. I rolled way too early. Thankfully that was a combo. That was close. Dude, I'm old. You can't do this to me. Bye. I can probably parry that one, but I don't know the timing. Oh, hey, dude, please. Young cube strikes, finally. Can you please do normal attacks that I can just parry? Or punish that, I guess, but like my punishes do no damage. I hate you. There. Fuck you. Boy. Oh, is that the shoulder one you were talking about? That combos well with the... or that supposedly combos well with the tail swipe? That would make sense. I was wondering which shoulder one. I couldn't put my finger on it. I see. That makes sense. Yeah, nice. We're back. I was about to open the level up menu, just it's a very strong pull. If I actually end up doing that, if I actually end up ruining the fucking level 1 playthrough by autopilot leveling something at some point, I will be so distraught. I hope I don't. I've never done that in any of my other playthroughs, but I've never felt as strong of like muscle memory to go and do that every time I sit at a bonfire. I don't know why. I feel it coming. I feel like it's gonna happen, and I'll be very sad. Hello, Roger.
The pleasure's mine. I'm looking for when I'm not hot-footed.
The pleasure is
This
mine.
place is not exactly a
If you insist.
I see. You
I'm
can
here
see
to defeat
that
Godric.
But still, I'm privy to. Would you care to, as a fellow?
Sure, learn me some shit. Thank you. Bye.
They were conceived in the past. Fascinating that the golden with the order such adapted.
I wanna get up early tomorrow when... Oh well. Oh well. I probably need to stop soon regardless, even if I didn't have to get up early, because I am drowning in sweat and I'm kinda sleepy anyway. Don't know why I tried to parry that, I don't usually parry those. Oh. Neat combo with your buddy there, throwing the pots. That attack has some weird ass timing to it. There's a Hero's Grave that I did way too early where I had to fight one of those guys with the shield with that exactly that moveset, and it actually helped me learn that a little bit, but it took me many tries, and hitting there was a little dicey because it was a Hero's Grave, so I have very not great memories of specifically these Spanish Knights with shield. Get rolled. Frost. Don't even drop anything. Dickhead. Hi, guy down there. There's rats on that roof because you can actually jump on that roof, by the way. I don't know why you would. There's no loot from my knowledge, but it's the thing you can do technically. It's a little bridge we saw before. I think there's a guy sitting in this corner. Yeah. Hello, I'm here to slice and dice. Need to brain that I'm using a katana, which does not do that much stagger, so I need to be a little bit wary of that. There's a banished knight here, which is probably gonna be the end of this one. So we are not. Get a backstab. We don't get a backstab. Never mind, I get scammed. Ah. Dude on the other side. Yeah, true. Very powerful technique. Oh, really? I swear I tried to roll that. Maybe I was loading. God damn it. Hey, there's the bleed torque. I was gonna say, the Suchi Katana is not really working out for me because it's taking too many hits to actually trigger the bleed. And since it's unupgraded and my stats are shit, I'm not doing any actual damage with it. And I'm not staggering either because it's just a katana rather than a greatsword, so I was about to comment that this is a little bit of a struggle. But then he finally popped, so that ended up working out alright. I'm proud of you finding this one, Bango. Good man. Ladder is fairly cheeky. Blends in nicely. Hidden basically in plain sight, but easy to miss. Hello, guy. I appear behind you. Yes, I did try. Bonk, 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 bonk. Wait, I said bonk. Thank you. Right. Oh, hello there. Ooh, that almost hit me. Bit dicey. I was hoping to make it to the shortcut to the bonfire on this HP bar, but it's getting a little spicy. You're also pre-upset with me, which is not healthy. I run so far away. I run all night and day. You made it, let's go. Rest. Oh my god, do I try? There's a surprising lack of shit under elevators in this game. DK said that the other day, like, oh, there's probably something under the elevator, and or is there something under the elevator? And I was like, no, there really isn't that much. And then I realized, like, yeah, actually, given how much of a trope and a common thing that is usually in the Souls games, like, oh, you gotta be careful on elevators, there's probably a cheeky secret path. That doesn't actually happen that much in this game, even though it's so big and there's so many opportunities for that to be a thing. It does occasionally happen. We already went through a dungeon today where that is a thing, but like, it's not very common. Flies in the face of waterfalls, yeah. That being said, again, we did have one waterfall today that we went through that did have something behind it, so today is just the day of the counterexamples, but yeah, in general, it's not a very common occurrence. By the way, how'd your vacation go? Spectacles, I assume you're back. Hope all went well and it was great. Ow. I am very good. Okay, I need to stop hitting or getting hit by literally every single... Okay, dude, I need to just kill this guy. You know what? Let's not worry about not getting hit by every single attack. Let's just get rid of this guy, and then we don't have to dodge anymore. How about that? See, we get something useful. We get the Iron Red Blade, which lets us infuse weapons with the 3 basic ones, which is like heavy, quality, and keen, which are strength and dex respectively. Scotland was nice toured around it. Visited a lot of distilleries, got stuck in Toronto for a night on the way back. Very sweet. YouTube videos where you guys zoo on each other. What? Bleh. Ow. Oh, the voices, yeah. I mean, I'm young Cube. I'm a very old man, so I sound like that. You have something to say about that? Oh fuck. I love fighting these. They're not nearly as bad as the Revenants, but like, they're not great either. Oh. Ow. I should probably not try fighting this guy right now, because we have too little healing. I will inevitably get it a couple times. But what's the fun in that? May as well try him. I was early on that again. Oh, didn't reach. He didn't do the last thing, I'll die. Never mind, I rolled it. Alright, no damage run, let's go. We died. You know, I think most people would do reasonable things like upgrading their weapons or whatever. I should probably look into that at some point. Narrative is all over the place? What do you mean? Look. Wrong menu. Here, young cube, says there, top left. Okay? It's like the item description, you can trust those. Ow. Except I'm the item, I guess. Why am I doing this? That was a terrible way of going there. But even need the souls later. No, I said no hit run. And then I failed the no hit run. Hey man, sometimes just many things happen in a short period of time. You gotta be on your toes. You gotta be able to, like, dance with it, you know? You gotta be like water. Like, oh fuck, this happened. Oh no, the other thing happened. You gotta flow with it. You can't be rigid. You gotta be young and spry and dynamic. Way. So I have actually practiced this guy at some point to get him dead in the tutorial fight, because you can of course beat him like always in these games. It's not worth it. So these days I just jump off the cliff to make it a lot faster. But they're not that bad. They have a couple attacks that are like that you can sort of bait out somewhat easily. But I am, as you can easily tell, no longer very practiced. Now, this is where it gets a little dicey, because I get like 2 special attacks. This one, and then there's one where they repeatedly thrust forwards. Yeah. I got staggered by the worst part of that first set of hits. Usually those are not meant to combo into each other, but I got hit by the end of the first attack, which got me hit by the second attack before I could roll. I am like water that swears a lot when something bad happens. Yeah, same. I think lesson 1 for commentary coaching in professional capacities with sports and stuff is like, be like water. Yeah, I think that's also that famous like Bruce Lee or whatever quote, isn't it? Be like water, my friend. So, yeah. I know my shit, clearly. I am a professional sports commentator. Anyone doubting that can look at the 3 minutes of lost audio from my commentary of Ken versus Ken, William of Sauce versus Bango of Luck. Stay hydrated, Bruce Lee, some year later. Honestly, that DVD clip sucks ass. I was actually enjoying myself a lot doing the Street Fighter commentary. I just did not have the energy in that DVD clip. It was like, the opportunity was there, so I had to take it because it was funny. But my ass wasn't in it, you know? Fuck me, I'm bad. I just started spam rolling instead of focusing. In general, I can absolutely feel my focus just like slipping away and disappearing. Stay hydrated, Bruce Lee. Some year is pretty good though. Gotta say, do like that one. Let's go back to doing Greatsword. Greatsword is a little easier to play. Wait, aren't these... No, Revenants are considered undead. I don't think these are considered undead, are they? Let's find out. Oi, dick. How dead are you? Not very. Alright, fair enough. Ow. I mean, the damage is still pretty good. They don't like holy, it seems. I don't know why I tried to jump over that. That was just such an unnecessary risk. Ow. That shield slam is nice then. It's kinda hard to dodge. This is a bit weird, yeah. Some not so great implications. I don't know why I kept swinging there. I had it in my mind that it's probably gonna crumble him. Yeah, that's when I wanna go in. Nice. Yeah, they are. They're like halfway there, basically. I don't know why I did that. I am surprised that didn't hit me, but I'll take it. Wow. Yeah, the sacred buff is hardly adding any damage at all. But it's still better than nothing. That was a good hit to finish him off. Doom. Highland Axe. Yoink. I think those look pretty cool. I don't love axes in this game, I don't know why. I was an axe kind of guy in Dark Souls 2 for a while. And I did use the... I don't remember which axe it is. I used some axe in the level 1 Dark Souls 3 run, because it's pretty good. And it was also fun to use, so I don't dislike it. But in Elden Ring I'm just like, I think in general, one thing that you might be able to criticize, and might be the sort of thing I would criticize, is that weapons don't really... Some of them don't have that much identity at the end of the day. Or at least not a very strong identity compared to other weapon types. Like, axes and clubs and straight swords are at the end of the day not that different from each other. Like, basically, like, maces and clubs have like a little more stagger damage, but their attack speed is very similar, their range is fairly similar. The damage type is obviously slightly different, but like damage types don't matter that much in these games. There are instances where it's good to take advantage of them, of course, but like overall for like regular gameplay, it's not that relevant. I am getting absolutely shot on. So at the end of the day, whether I'm using like... Ooh, I walked into that. That was a little bit more active than I thought. At the end of the day, like, whether you're using a one-handed or like a normal-ass axe or a mace or even a straight sword or something, doesn't really change that much of how you actually play the game, I think. Their regular light attacks are all somewhat fast with okay range, and yeah, the heftier weapons will stagger a little bit more, but it's not that consistent, it's not that reliable. It's not like it's a great sword or something. Or even a colossal one. So I feel like it's fairly homogeneous in that area. Same with like curved sword versus straight swords. Used to be in my mind that like, oh, curved swords are better for like spamming R1, but at the end of the day, that's what you do most of the time with straight swords as well. Straight swords tend to have a little bit more flexibility in their moveset, with like occasionally having like thrusts and that sort of stuff. But with the Ashes of War being what they are, as in like being super flexible and super accessible, also I can't believe that it made it was nasty. With Ashes of War being that accessible and that usable, it, like, you can put flexibility on most weapons and make them do a variety of shit rather than one specific thing. Their swing arcs are often somewhat similar. It just kind of feels pretty samey. So mostly it feels like... And I mean, I'm not even talking about within the same weapon class, which is where obviously the biggest overlap is. And like the least amount of differentiation. But like even comparing like Great Axe to Great Hammer, it's kinda the same shit. The moveset is slightly different, but the way you use it is pretty much the same. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, you're the sturdy one there for going. I was hoping for a stagger so I can maybe finish him off before he hits me there, but no such luck. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Hello, friends. One at a time, please. Take your time. Come up the stairs. Be released from this plane of existence. Come on. Guess you don't want to. Guess I'll come to you. He still got that push off, they could. Hey, he shot his mate in the ass, or maybe he just shot the ballista. Hey, try that again. Hey, he shot the ballista, I think. The way my camera speed sometimes feels so slow and sometimes feels appropriate is very odd. I don't know why that's happening. Maybe it's some frame rate thing where like certain parts of the environment have a little bit more of a drain on my frame rate. Although my frame rate does look like it's staying on 60 pretty consistently. And it doesn't feel that bad. Yeah, like I said, damage type is definitely different, but it's a fairly rare instance of that mattering. There aren't many mobs where I would specifically seek out a damage type or specifically try to avoid a damage type. So it's technically correct. And I think from those I listed, hammers or maces rather are like the most different, I guess. Mostly having like axes being the awkward in between of swords and maces, I suppose. But the damage type itself is just so irrelevant in most cases. Which I guess is also like obvious that that would be my perspective, because as I said earlier, it doesn't really matter that much if you do like 20 or 30 or something more or less damage at the end of the day. Like that's usually not gonna be a major deal breaker, a major difference maker. So, that being my perspective, obviously I wouldn't really mind too much whether my weapon does like a tiny bit more damage here or there. But the miners are definitely one of the instances where the damage type is a very significant like factor of how well you're gonna be dealing with them. And that's from Demon Souls, because Demon Souls has those kind of guys as well with that exact mechanic and logic. But then you can also ignore the damage type stuff with like strike damage, for example, by just adding some sort of elemental damage to your weapon, which is again very accessible due to Ashes of War and that sort of stuff. And then the elemental damage will ignore or make you mostly ignore the minor's like slash resistance anyway, so you're gonna be fine regardless. So it doesn't really affect things that much anyway in that case. So it just, I don't know, it feels like it's a little lacking in specific identity. Simply because Deuter, I'd like to be known. Whoa. Sorry, you wrote that a while ago, but I was busy rambling and I didn't have the mental capacity to interrupt it without losing my train of thought, so I committed. Where's that with? I am stuck on the statue that he can't break. Aww. That is a good ass punch. I need to get out of this corner. I cannot even see him. Unlucky. The fact that it made his character model disappear, yeah, look at this. That is so ass. I understand making the environment disappear, but making the character model of the thing you're fighting disappear so you can't tell what it's doing is a little dumb there. It was my fault for navigating myself into that corner. I am, like I've been mentioning, not really focusing very much. Floating loincloth. Yeah, I mean, that shit's terrifying. Imagine you're fighting a floating loincloth and then someone throws a foot at you or something. Or starts slut-shaming aggressively, or some other Grignerisms. Sorry, Fisk. Good evening, or morning, or afternoon, or whatever the fuck is appropriate. Wait. I'm gonna try to just move on here rather than killing them all again. Shouldn't be too bad to do, because there's a grace right here. And I don't mind losing my souls, because who gives a fuck about them on level 1. Damn, he just killed the shit out of that guy. No, wait, he survived on a pixel. And now he's gonna kill me. Oh my god. No, never mind, here we go. With the friendly fire. That didn't hit your dog, good shot. Yeah, surprised I made him stagger. Come on, man. Thank you for finally taking care of your dog for me. Do I have my parry thing on? No, I don't. I'm okay. Surprised that's not a backstab. I must be pretty close there. But it is kind of hard to judge where exactly they like those sometimes. That he looked like he started another attack animation and then thought better of it and started the kick instead. That was pretty spicy. Yeah, I needed to move this tiny bit over to get the backstab. Nice. Thrust! Did he just heal or am I tripping? I'm probably just wrong. It looked like he just got a little bit of extra HP. I thought he was lower, but I'm probably just brainily gone. I should grab this item real quick. I don't know if I'll be mentally capable of fighting Godric right now. I did grab the portrait, didn't I? Yeah, good. I kind of wish I had gotten the fire art thingy, like the Asher 4 that we were talking about earlier, Flame Strike or whatever the fuck it's called. That would be helpful against the ulcerated tree spirit downstairs. I don't think those care about Holy particularly much. Do I have something useful? Maybe I can craft some fire pots. I don't know how good they are against them. I guess we'll find out. Let's put that on the bar. I'm a little bit early in doing all this because we actually still have to get there first. But it's gonna be fine. Isn't there something over here? No? No. Yes? No? No. Oh yeah, this little ledge. Leg. Frost. Yeah, while we're here, may as well quickly grab the grace. Then double back up here. Tempted to go talk to Nefelilu right now before I forget. Sure. Let's do this little section real quick. Greetings, friends. Don't mind me just trying to have a nice stroll out in the park on this lovely day. Yeah, I was guessing where they would be. I was wrong. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Golden seed, yeah.
Be proud.
Greetings. How's it hanging?
Well, tarnished. I am the I'm here by decree.
Tarnished? How dare you? I'm fine.
If you, I ask you, call the winds run. I'm certain. I pass fellow down whatever. I pass fellow down.
Yes.
Whatever.
Okay. Good. Yes. Good. Wait, there's an item. Buy furniture. I was trying to preserve you. 4 smithing stones. 1. That's actually pretty good. Oi, git! Hello, come over here. I have a job for you. Rolling. Hey, come over here. Not the chickens. I mean the guy. Fuck. Is he leaving? I think he's leaving. How dare you? Come back here. There you go. Come here. Yes, hi, come here. Who's a good troll? Who's a good little troll? Come the fuck over here. Yes, yell, be angry, come stop me. Son, please. Thank you. Well, he breaks the statue and we got a bunch of upgrade material that we don't really need. Got him though. Man, how the fuck do I know how to, or like, what the fuck do I do to incentivize a troll to come over and stop me? I had to try something. Like, what do I know? What trolls like? What trolls like to hear? What trolls like to be told? Anyway, time to get Warrior Jord. Here comes the guy. No, I heard you shouldn't be doing that. Especially not after midnight. It's actually not midnight yet. I talked to him. Meat dumpling. Raw. Sprint attack. Correct pot, number 1 and 2. Very fine, very fine. So now we go and actually explore the slightly secret stuff. I did find this on my first time too. Very pleased. We jump up here, ta-da, and there's a little ledge. Leads over here. And then there's more. Special animation for when morning arrives. I did not. I don't think I've ever seen that. Neat. Alright, look. You survived! How dare you? Oops. I'm bad. I didn't know that series kept going for that long. You actually can't roll out of that, that's a true combo. Damn, that's crazy. Pretty nasty. Wow, 3 lumps of flesh, how nice. I'm so glad I went all this way and fought these two to get that. That's just how I function when I try to clear everything. Just gotta try and clear everything. No ifs, ands, or buts. There's a thing over here. Yoink. This one is much better. There's a description that says, at night their blood boils and they have red eyes, more aggressive behavior at night. If you wait until morning, not passing time, they will stop and start breathing out steam as they go back to normal. Huh. That is a very odd little detail. I would never have noticed that, I don't think. Sweet. Hello, guy. How dare you? I was having fun. I should probably take advantage of this gravity magic while I can, because it does lead to us trading quite a bit with the enemies that we're pulling in and trying to hit, and that's not gonna be a viable strategy long term. Right now things don't hurt that much, so we can still do that and get away with it. But in the long run, it's not gonna be a thing. Oh yeah, surely what you seek is somewhere close by. This is a player message, or not a player message, this is a like developer message. It's from Rogier, as you can see. Like here's the wizard guy that we met. I don't know why, like, they give us this here. It makes sense for him to be interested in us finding the thing that we're about to find down here. So I guess it makes sense in that regard, but like, why only now start signposting our path when we're already in the path where it only goes like straight ahead? There's no more branches on this path. This only goes to the place where he wants us to be. So I find it odd that they signpost when you're already on the one path that only leads forward, rather than earlier on where you actually did have a little choice. Like, if it branched over where the scarab is and there was a path pointing like, hey, find a secret path or something, and then it would allow us to maybe find the thing that he's looking for, then that would make a little sense, but signposting it when you're already on the one and only path leading forward is a little odd to me. Also, I missed the jump, unlucky. That didn't reach, then. We'll probably die, and then we're able to grab the stuff that we messed up there. I think there's like one item in a little dead end. Right, so we have a bunch of threats, which is the good part, and then we have the kind of boss that everyone hates. Rightly so. Which is the bad part. So yeah, let's enjoy the rats while we can. Look at these. Oh my god, rats. We can actually fight them. I missed twice. Almost died. This is fine. Still better than the other thing. Almost die again. Also getting stuck on terrain. This is very good. Still better than the other thing. I'm wasting all of my healing. We have 0 chance on this one. Hello, big man. Stab. Stab. Oh wait, where was my crit there? I got scammed. These rats hardly ever go when your back is turned. Yes, yes. To be fair, if we had Clan Ash and Assassins here, honestly, the Tarnish just wouldn't stand a chance, really. The game would be genuinely unplayable. Right, so it's fun time. And by fun, I mean death. That is pretty good damage. Yeah, camera, please. Did he just go through the floor? I mean, they kind of do that, don't they? But like, in an unintended way, I felt like. The audio feels weirdly muffled. That was in range! Unlucky, I died, goodbye. Oh, that was so close. I was early AF. Flop. I missed. This encounter feels slightly bugged. We don't have the boss music. I mean, maybe you don't have boss music in normal way. But also his attack sounds are like quieter than normal. I almost ran into them. That hit me. I disagree with that. I should have rolled right rather than backwards. I wanted to roll backwards so I had to get a tiny bit of distance and get the heal in. That was kind of stupid. I should have just gone, or at least try to go through his head. Normal thing to say and try to do. We. But. Oh my god, 1 arterial leave. Sick. Does what's his face keep stealing your souls even in this like late stage of the castle? Like how the fuck is he getting over here into the ulcerated tree spirit area? That feels a bit weird. If he is. I didn't pay attention to how many souls I had when I died, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. He definitely steals from me. Oh yeah, right, you mentioned that earlier. How the fuck does he just get to hang out here with the tree spirit? Cheaty good. Oh, I didn't craft new pots, and now I can't because we're in combat. I dislike that a lot, by the way, that you can't craft while in combat. That is not more damage than the raw physical, isn't it? This feels worse. This one. This weapon. It is actually very slightly better, I'm just bad. But it was only slightly better during the buff, and the buff will not be active at all times, so I think I'll just stick with this. Unfortunate, that would have been a really good damage opportunity. I wonder if it's worth trying to do charged heavy attacks here for me. The damage is a little better, and I might get a crumple at some point. Yeah, I died. So you know how I'm usually like in a lot of these fights where I'm fighting something that's a little awkward or a little difficult or that people don't really like, I'm usually like, oh yeah, don't worry, it's not actually that bad. Like there's a thing you can do to make it easier, or you just focus on these little aspects and that makes it fine. Notice that I'm not doing that with these guys. There are things that mitigate the amount of trouble they give you a little bit, to be fair. So like, I dislike fighting them, and I think they're a mess, and I hate them, and I wish they weren't so, like, prevalent. But they're usually not that bad overall, except when they are, depending on what moves they decide to spam, and in what arena you're fighting them in. I rolled that purely by luck, but tail sweat there, I would never have seen that coming. Oh, I tried to just commit, but he fell backwards slightly too far. But yeah, as long as your stats are adequate, like if your health is high enough and your damage output is high enough, they're usually fine. There are a couple that are in such shit spots that I think they're actually not fine. There's one in the Lake of Rot, which is probably the worst one, I think. I hate that one. There's also one encounter that I'm not gonna go into more detail with, because there is at least one person here that hasn't seen it yet, and I don't want to take that away from you, that glorious experience that you're gonna have at some point. But, yeah, they're usually, like, not terrible, but they're never good, I don't think. Like, at least with the dragons that I find very tedious and annoying to fight, at least with those, it's mindless, but sorta chill and sorta easy. With the fucking ulcerated tree spirits, it's always a little messy, and I always feel like if I don't have decent stats or enough healing or whatever, it's probably gonna be rough. Some of their attacks are actually like legible if you fight them enough. Like you'll get a feeling for, oh, this is the big grab attack, or oh, this is the Holy Nova coming up. I personally don't hate the Holy Nova that much. I think it's okay to avoid a lot of the time, but I wouldn't really. I don't know. It's just not that great. Right, so what we're gonna do is we'll go and upgrade a weapon, I think. Let's finally bite the bullet and do the thing. Oh, by the way, is Rogier here, or does he only show up when we call? Yeah, he spawns with the bench. I never realized that. The bench isn't here before he's here. Huh. Anyway, I was wondering if he was gonna show up here only after we killed the thing or not. Oh, I should finish upgrading a weapon first though. I also want to go and talk to Rodrika and give her the Chrysalid Memento. Lay out your arms then. What are we upgrading? So I'm gonna take the internet's word for it and upgrade the Uchi for a bit. Getting things to +3 is pretty easy. We have very, very many smithing stones ones. Look at how many smithing stone ones we have, actually. Holy shit, we had like 70 something. Just from clearing all of the Limgrave areas. That is a lot of smithing stones that you can get here. So we'll take the Uchi long term for like frostbite and bleed damage procs. Maybe we'll even dual wield them to help build the damage up a bit faster. I think a merchant sells a second one of those. Let's upgrade the claymore as well. And with one of those we should be able to defeat the boss, I reckon. Even at their best, these things are just really annoying. Fighting them optimally basically involves filling your screen with them, so camera fuckery abound. Yeah, I usually don't like locking onto them, as you could tell there. Simply because it makes it so annoying when they decide to be flaily and move around a lot. You have so little control over your camera at that point, or like over what you're actually saying. It feels very disorienting and messy. I had a good idea, and then I was like, no, let's finish. Oh yeah, right, we wanted to talk to Rodrigo. I think I encountered them twice and left without fighting them both times. Unfortunate. In multiple ways that I will not elaborate on.
A pleasure do you give that I love the...
Give Crosswell's Memento. Yeah, there you go. Here, have.
I can't... They all thought, I think I'll head, perhaps I'll fight. I think perhaps I'll fight.
Yep, go to Round Table Hold, find your purpose, enjoy love. I think Uchi is unique in the world. You have to start with one and to do with them. Is it really? Huh. Let's use it for a bit and see what it feels like against the boss. Do I want anything in my offhand? I don't think I have anything that I would specifically use. Let's just try like this for now and see what happens. I do like his "I command thee, kneel" line. I was considering letting the cutscene play just here though. But that actually takes time and it's late, and I just kind of want to hopefully win this somewhat quickly and then go to bed. Alright. Okay, I'm doing very dumb things, so this is not gonna go well. If only we still had channel points, we could have channel point bets like, hell, will he do it first try, like with Margot? And then you guys would be like, no way, and then I just kind of pull it out somehow anyway. I'm too close. Oh, that one shot's okay, GG's. It's alright, I'll just go to New Game Plus and get a second Uchi. I should have probably still bought some shit TM with my souls. Because they're gonna be lost here. I don't think I'll pick them up. If I happen to walk near them close enough, I might pick them up, but like... generally not worth. By the way, good boss to teach you about jumping. Because that like shockwave thing he does is perfect for jumping over it and getting a jumping attack on him, which is great. I usually don't like fighting him so far away from the path because he'll like interact with the graves and it makes the fight really awkward. By interact I mean he'll get stuck on them or he'll bait me into getting close there and then I can move. Yeah, I did that on my first playthrough as well. I either rolled through it or just walked out of them. Ooh, that was the bleed poke. Not the greatest timing for that. I'd prefer getting the bleed on the second phase, but I guess we'll just have to deal with it. I should not stand here. That axe swing might hit me. Okay, we're going behind him, so we're fine now. Cube Tunnel Gaming, yeah. Right now, anyway. We've been greatsword gaming for most of the day. Ow. Oh. That hit me very far left from where his head was. Not nice. Boom. 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 I jumped that way early, but it was fun. Thank you again. Yeah, there's a lot of detail in this fight that is very, very easy to miss on your first time because you're kind of busy just like not dying and being a little overwhelmed with all the stuff that's happening. It's also one of the few fights in the base game that really telegraphs the throws, like the grabs rather, I should say. Like the way his dragon had this little roar before he grabs you with it. Actually, it telegraphs the grab pretty well. The DLC is very good about that, in general. Like, there's a lot of fights that have grabs, but they're generally all telegraphed really well, which is something I noticed and was like, oh yeah, that's a good job. Anyway.
I am the Lord of all that is golden.
I think I would have gotten him first time if I didn't get a one shot.
We'll return together to our home, bathed in rays.
Actually, upgrading a weapon does so much fire damage. Godric's Great Rune. It's mine now. King dickhead stealing my souls every time. Hate him. Speaking of them, let's have your fancy dialogue.
What a pathetic excuse for a lord you were. Craven to the bone. Pushing me about like that. And after all that grafting, where did that get you? Look down on me, would ya? Godric, you filthy slug. Feel it. Feel it. Feel my bloody wrath. Oh. Hello there. This weasel was... Godric was always looking down on me. He got what he bloody deserved thanks to you. I tell you though, what goes around comes around. He had an ugly heart, an uglier countenance, and met the ugliest of ends, eh?
I really like this guy's voice actor. I think they did a fantastic job to make the guy both like really angry, but also like at the same time so pathetic and like pitiful in so many ways. Just buy an assortment of shit. Good luck, buddy. Anyway, I will call it a stream here. Great success. There's a tiny bit of Stormvale that we didn't do. There's a bit of the main path that we didn't really clear. Also the main gate area we didn't really clear. But we can do that next time and go over there and activate the rune. And I think aside from that, we did all of Limgrave and the Weeping Peninsula. I probably missed some minor encounters, maybe like the odd unique item here and there, maybe the odd dungeon. Don't think... Oh yeah, we missed a dungeon over here. No, over here. I remember running past that and thinking, oh, I'll do that later. But we ended up not doing that later. It's not a very important one. It's... I think it's the Flamebreak Talisman or something. But yeah. Mostly done here. That took 2 major streams, so it's like... How much playtime do we have on this character now? 8 hours. It's if we do end up going through with this playthrough and streaming most of it, it's gonna be a long run.